Hello, collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And I am Sharon, your friendly astrologer. And this is the forecast for all 12 signs for the month of April 2025. And I hope all is doing well. We have changes, that are it's going to continue to happen. But, we're in a new year. Planets are moving. Neptune is moved into the sign of Aries. So wherever Aries is in your chart, that's the area that you want to take notice to, okay? Because Neptune is shining a light there. And we also have, personal planets like Mercury, who's always going retrograde, and Venus being retrograde as well. But this month they'll be turning direct. So let's see what else is it that I want to share with you before we get into the forecast. We have retrograde Mercury in Pisces. The North Node is in Pisces. Saturn is still in Pisces. And retrograde Venus plus the asteroid Ceres, they're in Pisces right now. So Mercury will be turning direct in the sign of Pisces on the 7th. And Venus turns direct on the 12th in the sign of Pisces. Okay? Venus is also going to be moving into Aries later this month. There's a full moon on the 12th in the sign of Pisces and a super new moon on the 27th in the sign of Taurus. Okay, so the theme with this new moon, this full moon and new moon is Libra wants us to check in with our relationships. Okay, are they working for us? Is it enough? Are you finding that you're giving more than you're receiving? Whatever the storyline might be for you with Libra, this is what you want to think about. And again, wherever Libra is in your chart will be the area that you want to say hello to and release some of those themes that are no longer serving you. And of course, we have Taurus new moon at 7 degrees on the 27th, and we know those are about setting intentions, creating goals, and Taurus is all about the five senses. And with that, we can say, do you have enough? Do you want to create more of those things that you want from that Taurus vibration? Okay, so I think that's all that I wanted to share with you in the intro. So I'm going to start with the forecast for Aries in the next segment. So I will see you over there. Hello, Aries rising. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow and Astro Cheryl. Okay, this is your monthly forecast for April 2025. And if you didn't hear the intro, I just want to share with you that we have a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces right now, and that would be in your 12th house. So you have a lot of rumbling going on in your 12th house right now. We have Mercury retrograde in your 12th house. The North Node, Saturn, and retrograde Venus are all in Pisces, plus the asteroid Ceres. They're all in your 12th house right now. So there's definitely some behind the scenes work that is happening for you. And you could be working on your unconscious. Well, you are working on it at an unconscious level because the 12th house does represent your unconscious. And there's some karmic energies that you're probably working on there too, because we have Pisces in its, home. And Pisces does go deep, to bring things up to the surface. Okay, so let's look at the April 1st. We have the moon in Taurus at 25 degrees conjuncting Uranus in Taurus. And this is in your second house of money, Aries rising, self-worth, value, and possessions. Okay, so you may be a little bit moody because that's what the moon, does. You may be impatient with your normal routine and may want to do something completely different because that's Uranus, it's things that happen unexpectedly. So just note it may not be the best time for you to be spending your money because, there is an impulsive tone to this conjunction with the moon, acting off of its emotions, and then Uranus just being sudden, strikes at things. He sees something, just go get it because, it looks good right now. But that may not be, the way to go. Okay, so well, that's pretty much it for that conjunction. And we have Saturn conjuncting retrograde Venus, and that's in your 12th house. Saturn is in the sign of Pisces, okay? And this is the house, again, it's retreat, escape, letting go institutions, your unconscious energy, karma. It could be jails, brothels, those type of things. So there's a need here for you to, take care of your finances and budget carefully. Letting go of old patterns and attachments and limiting belief. This is a good time to let go of them because it's in your 12th house, and that's the house of, the unseen and behind the scenes. So behind the scenes, you can get some work done if you want to. I wonder, did I turn on my mics? Oh my goodness, that would be a disaster. Okay, it's on. All right, so we're going to move to the 5th of April. And we have Saturn again sextiling Uranus. And this is giving you more discipline, self-discipline, and endurance. And you also have a inventive streak, because Uranus is here. And Uranus is innovative and giving you that aspect of innovation. You may be thinking some of these things and they may not be something that is tangible right now because it's, the 12th house and the the third house, the second house, and where that sextile meets Taurus. Okay, so that's what's happening. The 12th house and I believe it's the second house, which is that sextile on the 5th. But I could be wrong. I don't have it like right in front of my face. So you may be you may have some success taking calculated risks right now. Okay, and on that same day, we have Mars at 25 degrees Cancer, trining Pisces. Okay, your focus are on long-term goals right now, but overthinking can be problematic. So just be careful of overdoing the thought process of what it is that you want to create. Okay, or what goals you may want to, you know, bring forth. And then on the 6th, we have retrograde Venus trining Mars. This is a time to reflect on dynamics of your connections, whether they're emotionally fulfilling. And it's possible that someone from the past may come back into your life because we're still dealing with the retrograde Venus. Okay? So on the 7th, we have Mercury turns direct in the sign of Pisces in your 12th house of retreat. Okay? And there could be some clarity because Mercury is turning direct. And, you know, Mercury rules communication. So the communication that you put out there and the communication that you get back will probably be, will have less confusion around it. Okay? Now on the 12th, we have, I said, what was happening on the 12th? Venus turns direct on the 12th. Oh, yeah. Okay, but before that, we have the Sun conjunct Chiron, and that's in your first house because Chiron is in the sign of Aries right now. And that's the first house of self, personality, appearance, dominant traits. You may struggle with issues of self-worth and identity, you know, because Chiron is the wounded healer. And right now he's lighting up your first house for you to take a look at your identity, how you identify with you, okay? You possess the capacity for self-awareness and personal growth. You may want to confront your deepest wounds, embrace your vulnerabilities, and cultivate self-compassion and self-acceptance. Okay, this is some really hard work, but it's lit up for, you know, you to be able to transform and grow into a better you. Okay? So, you know, that's what these connections with these planets are doing, is showing us the therapy that we need to take a, you know, take a stand on. If there's something about you that you don't like, then this is a good time to change that because you have the Sun conjuncting Chiron right now, and this is helping you see what you need to see so that you can take that step into, you know, making the change and being more comfortable changing. Okay? So on that same day, we have the full moon in Libra, and this is in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, partnerships, marriage, legal contracts, open enemies. Okay, so letting go of those relationships, personal or business, that no longer serves you. You know the full moons are about letting go. Balance and harmony flourish as relationships deepen under this energy. Okay, so just focus on collaboration and understanding to nurture connections that inspire growth. You know, some you're going to shed away, There's some that's going to step up into a new vibration. And that's a good thing. So on the 12th, we also have Venus turning direct in the sign of Pisces. And this is in your 12th house of retreat, letting go, and institutions, drugs as well. Experience your compassion and creativity. Nurture your dreams and connections. Let your intuition guide your heart to deeper understanding and love, because Venus is the goddess of love, all right? And in the sign of Pisces, in the 12th house, this is behind the scenes. There could be some hidden relationships as well, with Venus being in the 12th house. Okay, so that could be some secretive stuff going on. On the 16th, we have the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn at 25 degrees. See, and there's this stellium of energy in your 12th house, so there is lots of work, Aries rising, that is happening for you behind the scenes on an unconscious level, because of the fact that it may be too much for you to handle if you had to do it in the awakening hours of life. Okay? So this could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality, but it also may be a reality check. Okay? Because you need to create boundaries and structure in your life. Okay, with the Pisces energy, that your boundaries tend to expand, or, become invisible. And with that, you have less control over your own life. So creating boundaries for yourself and others, and having a strong foundation with, I think we have Saturn here. Yeah, having that structure will benefit you in the long run. Now, on that same day, we have Mercury at 0 degrees Aries conjunct Neptune, which is in the sign of Aries in your first house of self, personality, appearance, and dominant traits. You may be able to think and express yourself with discernment, allowing you to express ideas, feelings that you usually cannot. But don't forget, with Neptune here, there could also be unclear and confused thoughts, okay? And people that are closest to you may be able to recognize that there is some unclear thoughts about whatever it is that you're trying to communicate. So it may not come off as clear as you think it should. Okay? And, that's how Neptune works. So on the 17th, we have the Sun in Aries, all right, in your first house. And we have a square with Mars at 27 degrees in the sign of Cancer. Now, okay, first house, 12th house, you got stuff going on, Aries rising. But with this first house energy, there could be a buildup of anger, because Mars is not comfortable in Cancer anyway. And Mars also rules Aries, and the Sun is the center, right? So, there may be some resentment or even sexual frustration. But you can channel this energy constructively by you know, working out, you know, moving your body more. And be careful that, you know, there could be accidents if you overwork yourself, muscle pain, and if you doing too much exhaustion. Okay, so just be aware that it's okay because this is going to pass as well. But while you're going through the process, you know, keeping a level head is the way to channel this energy, and doing things that will release this buildup of energy will help you in the long run. Okay, so we have Mars entering into Leo on the 18th. So we have Mars is doing its thing, Aries rising. And this is in the house of children, creativity, playfulness, risk taking, sex, and fertility. You may have a heightened sense of passion, creativity, and a desire for attention and recognition in areas of love, romance, and creative pursuits. All right, so on the 23rd, the Sun in Taurus at 3 degrees square Pluto. Excuse me. So the Sun entered Taurus on the 20th, no, on the 19th actually, of April. So by the 23rd, the Sun is in the sign of Taurus and is squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So letting go of old habits and methods that you've relied on regularly are no longer serving you. And remember, the Taurus Sun is a fixed sign. So you may experience some intense pushback when confronting those in positions of power and authority. And that's that Pluto energy taking control. So on the 26th, we have the North Node in Pisces, sextiling Uranus in Taurus. You are encouraged to embrace innovative ideas, okay, and having that forward thinking mindset. And this is a moment where, you know, this sextile wants us to break free from past conservatism, embrace change, becoming more original, inventive, creative in your thinking. Reflect on how you navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. Okay? And on that same day, we have Mars opposing Pluto. So if you try to gain control over others because you might find yourself opposed, if you try to gain control over others, this is how it's going to flip, is that the people that you've tried to control is going to turn on you. So, you know, it's better for you to make creative and positive changes in your life for you, you know, not outside of yourself. So on the 27th, we have that super new moon in the sign of Taurus, and this is in your second house of money, value, self-worth, and possessions. The sun and the moon are both conjunct Uranus and Jupiter, you know, and these are freedom-loving planets as well. So you are encouraged to look at your relationship with yourself and your body and start to value yourself, okay? Your time and your energy even more. And both Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with your individuality, and they are inspiring you to be true to who you are, because they want you to discover your true self, okay? And sometimes, it's hard for Aries rising to, think that way, because you do things before you think later. So, if you give yourself the opportunity to think about things first before acting, then you may, find that you know what you need to do, okay? Instead of, taking those impulsive actions. All right? So, on the last day of the month, we have Venus entering Aries in your first house, okay? So we have Venus moving right into Aries with the rest of the planets that have moved there, okay? And this is of self, personality, appearance, and dominant traits. Your passion may be high, and you may have a direct approach to love and relationships, with a natural tendency towards charm and attractiveness, and a desire to immediate exciting relationships. And with Aries, you really, you want to jump right into things. So we have some it was something that I didn't write down, but on the 1st of May, we'll talk about that then. So Aries rising, good luck. And I don't think I mentioned the Mars. Yes, I did. The Mars-Pluto opposition. Okay, so you know that that is happening. And this is the last opposition that will be occurring between Mars and Pluto this year. So this is your forecast for April 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Taurus risings out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. This is your forecast for April 2025. And thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. So let's get into the forecast. If you didn't hear the intro, I just want to share with you that this month there is a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces, and that's, a concentration of energy that wants you to pay attention to, okay? So we have retrograde Mercury, we have the North Node, we have Saturn, we have retrograde Venus, plus we have the asteroid Ceres in the sign of Pisces this month, okay? Mercury will turn direct in Pisces on the 7th, and Venus turns direct on April 12th in the sign of Pisces. The full moon in Libra is at 23 degrees on the 12th, and we have a super new moon at 7 degrees of Taurus on the 27th. Okay, so let's see. The first, we have the moon at 25 degrees Taurus is conjuncting Uranus in Taurus at 25 degrees. Okay, and this is happening in your first house of self, personality, appearance, and dominant traits. Okay, your moods change quickly because of the moon. Remember, the moon is moody. And you may be, I don't know how to say this. you might be surprising yourself as well as others, with this swing. Um, you may be impatient with your normal routine of things, and you may want to do something completely different, and that's the Uranian energy. And again, this is not the best time to spend money. And Taurus, we know you are, luxurious. You like to experience the five senses because that's what you do. And you may be impulsive, so just pay attention to your money conditions, because with this moon energy, your unconscious drives start to take over. All right, on that same day, we have Saturn 24 degrees of Pisces conjunct retrograde Venus, and this is in your 11th house of friends, social groups, members, hopes, and wishes. This transit may have a strong effect on your relationships with others, and you may be reevaluating your them based on the time that you've spent with these people around you. Your loved ones and your friends may become increasingly concerned about what is valid between you because of this retrograde energy, and also Saturn in Pisces as well. Saturn is looking for, that solid structure in your relationships. Whereas Venus is retrograde and it's reassessing things from the past and not really acting in the present moment. Okay? So you might be testing, your relationships to see how strong they are. Okay? But, that's just a part of a process. So let's move on to the 5th of April, and that Saturn is 25 degrees Pisces, sextiling Uranus. Okay? You may have more self-discipline and endurance, inventiveness, mindfulness. You may find it desirable to work with other people on projects that you undertake at this time. These people may be, the catalyst to help you transcend your own limitations. Okay, so then we have Mars, 25 degrees Cancer, trining Saturn, 25 degrees Pisces. So this is intellectual or physical work that requires focused attention to detail. Overthinking, again, may be problematic. Okay, so that's Mars in Cancer, trining Pluto, Saturn in Pisces. So on the 6th, we have retrograde Venus trines Mars, a time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections with whether they're emotionally fulfilling. It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart-to-heart. Okay, and retrogrades are always about revisiting, something from the past. So on the 7th, we have Mercury turning direct in Pisces in your 11th house. Trust your intuition and release your fears, okay? And just know that Mercury, when it turns direct, it's in its shadow for another week, okay? Before things start to become normal again. So clarity comes as communication flows freely, fostering deeper connections and creative insight you get to do that with these people in your 11th house. Okay, so we have the Sun conjunct Chiron in your 12th house, and this is happening on the 12th of April. And this is the house of retreat. Chiron is in Aries. Aries is in the 12th house. Escape, letting go, institutions. This could be drugs too, just so you know. This placement can amplify the need for, more looking into who you really are, your self-discovery. You may be drawn to spiritual or humanitarian efforts, or find yourself drawn to helping others in private, behind the scenes, okay? You may also struggle with your issues of self-worth and identity. But because you're in the 12th house, this is also possible that you could be working through this energy on an unconscious level, because it might be too hard for you to work out in your day to day. Okay? And I would say that if you're working it out karmically on an unconscious level, then you probably will be able to work through this energy faster than you would expect to if you weren't working on it on your unconscious level, okay? So on that same day, we have the full moon, 23 degrees in your 6th house of health, nutrition, daily routines, work, co-workers, subordinates, and workplace. Okay? So the full moon in Libra, with Libra, we're always talking about relationships and fairness, okay, and justice. So focus on collaboration and understanding to nurture connections that inspire growth among your co-workers and subordinates, and let go of those unhealthy habits and attitudes towards nutrition and your daily routine, and replace them with healthier approaches. Okay, so here we have Venus on this same day, the 12th, turning direct in Pisces, again in your house of friends. That's the 11th house. So you get to experience your compassion and creativity. That's Pisces energy. And nurture your dreams and connections with others. Okay? Let your intuition guide your heart to deeper understanding and love. So you have all these people in this friendship group or internet zone, your social connections. These are people that you can, reach out to. And there's, with the internet now, I mean, we're reaching people from all over the world. Okay, so just be open and be love, because Venus and Pisces, this compassionate energy is there for you to give, all right, and share. So on the 16th, we have the North Node is in Pisces. It's conjunct Saturn at 25 degrees in your 11th house as well. And again, that's friends, membership, social groups, hopes and wishes. So this could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams and into reality. But at the same time, with Pisces, sometimes there is some, what do I want to say, the realistic part of it, the dreaminess. It could be like the tinted glasses, where we think everything is great, or that idea is great, but after the fog clears, it's not. So just be careful because, the reality, you need to take a reality check because it might be difficult for you to create boundaries and structure, and you have all these people in your 11th house who can take advantage, who want to be in charge. So there you are, you didn't lost your own space, but just so you know, Taurus rising, Mercury on this same day, yeah, this is the 16th with the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn. And then we have Mercury on the same day conjuncting Neptune. And this is in your 12th house because Mercury is in Aries and Neptune is in Aries as well. So these are all on unconscious level or things that are behind the scenes that are working out. Okay? So you may, start to immerse yourself in mysterious subjects, the occult, spirituality, spiritual philosophy. And this imaginative power can take you too far that it changes your imagination to illusion. So we just talked about that with the North Node in the 11th house. But yes, even so in the 12th house. So just try to be conscious, okay, with what's happening to you right now. Because there's unclear and confused thinking may crop up, and it may be best to keep things to yourself because your communication may be misunderstood as well. So all I'm going to say is about this, 12th house energy is that things are working on the inside of who you are right now. And yes, you can, tap into the spiritual parts of, connect with the spiritual parts of the world and yourself, but try not to, be fanatical about it, okay? Because it's like take things a step at a time. So on the 17th, the Sun in Aries at 23 degrees squares Mars. I said 23 degrees, it's actually 27 degrees, squaring Mars at 27 degrees in Cancer. This transit can lead to buildup of anger. Yeah, but you need to channel this energy constructively, instead of going off on someone because of they didn't move around fast enough. You can actually, do some working out or, running or long walks, swimming, any type of physical activity will be in your best interest. So on the 18th, we have Mars enters Leo in your 4th house of home, property, family, parents, ancestors, retirement, and foundation. And this is just saying, because we're dealing with fire energy, you may have a strong domineering presence in your home environment. Tension and disagreements may flare up within the family as well. So on the 23rd, we have the Sun in Taurus at 3 degrees squares Pluto at 3 degrees Aquarius. Okay, and this is the letting go of old habits and methods that you have relied on regularly that are no longer serving you. You may experience some intense pushback when confronting those in positions of power and authority. So just know that, in your workplace, you may want to be careful with your communication, okay? So on the 26th, we have the North Node at 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus at 25 degrees Taurus. You're encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas, fostering a progressive mindset. Let's see, break free from past conservatism and embrace change, becoming more original, inventive, and creative in your thinking. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. Now, this is affecting your first house and your 11th house, okay? And on that same day, we have Mars at 3 degrees Leo in opposition to Aquarius. Well, Pluto is in Aquarius, might I say. If you try to gain control over others, okay, you might find yourself opposed by them. And that's not a good thing, because that's this Mars-Pluto opposition. This is the last opposition for this year. There were two before. And this control, power and control energy is meant for you to break free of those karmic ties that connect you with another person that you've outgrown, and you're stepping into a higher frequency, because Pluto is the higher frequency of Mars, okay? So those who have not stepped up, they're still operating in that Mars energy, is going to, is you're going to be left behind, period, pretty much, because those people are not willing to, be in some type of competitive argument over, whose space it is, okay, or controlling you, or them, you trying to control them, whichever way. The better way is to, try to do you. Make the changes in your life that is going to benefit you most, instead of, trying to force it on someone else. Force your ideas on another person with, a from a warrior stance or warrior's position. And that Mars energy is that act first, think later. And Pluto is not having that, okay? So that's the last one, and that's the completion, is just to clean up all the rest. I think for the most part, all of the karmic energy has already been worked through with the last two, and this is just the last cleanup of the "are you sure" kind of thing, or "this is what it was, do you see it, do you know it, so going forward you don't have to go that road or set your sights on that route, because it's not good for you." Okay, so we're going to move on out of the opposition here into the 27th. We have the supermoon in Taurus at 7 degrees in your first house of self, personality, appearance, and dominant trait. And the sun and the moon are both conjunct with Uranus and Jupiter, which they both want you to have your freedom. This is a time when you're encouraged to look at your relationships with yourself and your body and start to value yourself, especially after this Mars Pluto opposition, because this is really what this new moon in Taurus is all about, is raising your value of who you are and having more of the things that the luxury of Taurus, the five senses of loving yourself and giving to yourself, okay? And loving your physical body, because Taurus is a fixed earth sign and the body is Taurus, okay? Especially, the throat. But as I'm saying here, with this super new moon, it's really bringing out a new part of who you are as a person. And you need to pay attention to that, because as you start to change, the people that you're used to circle yourself around. Excuse me, I think I'm gonna have to stop for a minute. Okay, those people that used to boss you around won't be able to boss you around anymore, because you are who you are. You're stepping into your own power. Okay, so set your intentions to have more of this Taurus appeal, more of your five senses being elevated, so that you can recognize that you are worthy of all these things and more, Taurus rising. Okay, so we're going to move to the 30th, which is the last day of the month, when Venus enters Aries in your 12th house of retreat, escape, letting go, and institutions. You may find a partner with whom you share a deep spiritual connection with, or this could be a secret, relationship. There could there could also be some humanitarian work, or serving others in some way. You may find this is what you want to do to give back to your community. So, with that being said, Taurus rising, until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Gemini risings out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow and Astro Cheryl. Okay, and I'm your friendly astrologer, Sharon, and this is your monthly forecast for April 2025. Okay, if you didn't see the introduction, I just want to share with you that this month starts out with the stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces. Okay, so there's a spotlight, a big spotlight on that area of life that is working through some karmic changes, and highlighting, something that you need to do, for yourself. And how it all turns out is really up to you. So the light is going to be there whether I'm here or not. But I'm here, so I'm showing you where that may be happening for you, Gemini risings, so that you can be aware and adept and ready to act on, these trends that occur. Okay, so we have, first of all, retrograde Mercury is in Pisces. The North Node is in Pisces. Saturn is in Pisces, and retrograde Venus is in Pisces. Plus, there's an asteroid by the name of Ceres in the sign of Pisces as well. Okay, now Mercury turns direct in Pisces on April 7th, and Venus turns direct on the 12th in Pisces as well. The full moon is 23 degrees Libra, and that's about relationships. And we know that Libra risings, they want to be in Gemini risings want to be in relationships. Okay? And there's a super new moon, 7 degrees of Taurus on the 27th. All right, so we're going to move right into the moon at 25 degrees Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus at 25 degrees, and this is in your 12th house. Okay? So the 12th house has to do with endings, undoings, loss, spirituality, your subconscious, your dreams, institutions. Okay? Your moods change quickly because it's the moon, and it may be surprising, that you're feeling this way. And others may also notice that you're being a bit irritable. You may be impatient with your normal routine, and you may want to do something completely different because that's Uranus, sparking that let's go and do something different, right now. So you never know with Uranus what's happening because it happens suddenly. So this is kind of where you are with this moon conjunct with Uranus. However, this is not the best time to spend money, and sometimes, Taurus, Uranus may want to spend unexpectedly because of with the moon, these are the unconscious patterns that, may be sitting within. Okay, and if you do, make an intelligent decision to buy something that you really need, okay? Not just because you think you need it, but just know you need it. On that same day, April 1st, we have Saturn 24 degrees Pisces conjunct retrograde Venus in your 10th house. And this is the house of career, public reputation, authority figures, and leadership. This transit may have a strong effect on your relationship with others, especially in your workplace. You may be reevaluating those relationships. You may be even reevaluating if the job is the right place for you. Those relationships that are solidly based will go through a period of testing, okay? Just to be sure. All right. And this even may affect people around you to the point that they are wondering if everything is okay with you, okay? So just be okay, you just bring things in, okay, because Pisces have a tendency to be boundless, and that can create some confusion, around people in your circle, at work, wherever you are. So I'm just trying to think. The only thing I can say is just not to say much. Because the less you say, then the less they have to feed off of, and they wonder, where is this coming from? Okay, so let's see. On the 5th, Saturn 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus. Okay, you may have more self-discipline and endurance, as well as open-mindedness and inventiveness during this transit. Because Saturn is about structure, creating structure, doing things, following the rules, setting boundaries. Where you may need to work with other people right now, because with them, they can help you see things clearer than you would if you were working alone, okay? And new approaches are encouraged because you have Uranus here, that is innovative, wanting you to have that, the mindset of innovation, creating new ideas or bringing new ideas forth, that is going to make things better around you. We have Mars at 25 degrees Cancer on that same day, and it is going to be trining Saturn. And this is about intellectual or physical work that requires focus and attention to detail. Just remember that overthinking is problematic, okay? And on the 6th, we have retrograde Venus trining Mars. Time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections with other people, of course, whether they're emotionally fulfilling or not. It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart to heart. Okay, on the 7th, we have Mercury turning direct in Pisces in your 10th house of career, public reputation, authority figures, and leadership. Okay, trust your intuition and let go of those fears. Okay, clarity comes as communication flows freely, fostering deeper connections and creative insights within your work environments. Okay, so just let go of the fear. That's really going to help you move forward, because fear can freeze you from things that you need to say or do, or ways to act. And if you allow the fear in, then you can't get your point across clearly. So on the 12th, the Sun conjunct Chiron in your 11th house. And this is the house of friends, social groups, memberships, hopes and wishes, and other things, luck. Okay, introspection and self-discovery is something that this placement will amplify. You may also be drawn to humanitarian efforts or find yourself drawn to helping others. You might struggle with issues of self-worth and identity as well. But with this, Chiron wants you to confront your deepest wounds, embrace your vulnerabilities, and cultivate your self-compassion and self-acceptance. Because when you clear this aspect of Chiron, healing yourself you'll become, stronger. You'll become more happier. You will start to love that part of yourself that has been closed off. So Chiron is here to help us let go of those issues we may have. Now, you may not have been born when Chiron was in the sign of Aries, but in every area of our life, we have a little bit of hurt there. So right now, wherever Aries is, Chiron is there helping you clear those wounds, heal them, so that you don't have to keep, rubbing that wound in that area where it'll never heal. It'll always be a wound. So you're healing yourself in that area. Okay, and this is in your 11th house, so it has to do with other people, large groups of people, how you fit in a crowd. Okay, so we have on that same day, the full moon is on the 12th, 23 degrees Libra. Libra is about relationships. Okay, and this is in your house of, your 5th house of children. And the 5th house is opposing the 11th house. So Chiron is really affecting your 5th and your 11th house. Okay. But anyway, with this full moon showing up at this moment in time, this is the house of children, play, pleasure, hobbies, romance, and creative expression. So it focuses on collaboration and understanding, and nurturing connections that inspires growth with your children and romantic partners, and even your creative projects as well. So let go of unhealthy romances that are no longer serving you, unhealthy ideas about your creative process, and also unhealthy ideas about that surrounded about children. Okay, so you may not have children, you may not want children, but it doesn't make you a bad person. However you feel about children doesn't make you a bad person because you are thinking about it in that manner, okay? But at the same time, this is something that you can heal, okay? So just let go of those, feelings, because they are feelings before they're anything else. Okay, so the same day, April the 12th, we have Venus turning direct in the sign of Pisces, and this is in your 10th house of career, reputation, authority figures, and leadership. So experience your compassion and creativity and nurture. Nurture it. And nurture your dreams as well, and nurture the connections that you have with others in your work environment. Okay? You may get involved in a secret office romance as well. I mean, it may start out secret, but it may come out in the open, and then that could pose a problem, with you having an office relationship. So you have to be careful with that, because when there are no boundaries, When we're talking in Pisces, Pisces can, do too much, give too much, love too much, okay? So on the 16th, the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn at 25 degrees in your 10th house of career, public reputation, authority figures, and leadership. Oh, the North Node conjuncting Saturn as well as Venus is direct, I see. This could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality. However, again, okay, this could be a dreamy time, and you might need a reality check before, solidifying anything. Because, first of all, the boundaries, okay? You might be thinking too far off, and you need some structure as well. So you might need other people involved to talk through your dream, what you think it should look like, so that they can help you define it and, ground it into something solid. Okay? And Saturn is, that's what Saturn wants you to have, wants you to bring your project to life. But in order to bring these to light, you need some other people around you, to give you clarity. Okay, again, on the 16th, we have Mercury, 0 degrees Aries. This is brand new energy, conjuncting Neptune, 0 degrees of friends, social groups, memberships, hopes and wishes. Okay, and this is in your 11th house. And this is, this 0 degrees is really, has a new life about it, okay? So this is something new that's happening for you. And you may be, getting yourself involved in, mysterious subjects, things that you wouldn't have done in the occult. And part of that might be because of the people around you in this 11th house. They may not be those kinds of people. And so you didn't want to stand out against the crowd, to go against the crowd. But now you are, looking at spirituality, the occult. It could be astrology. You could be looking at all of these things that are not mainstream. Okay? This imaginative power can take you too far, though, so you take in a little bit at a time. Because there could be some unclear and confused thinking that may crop up here, with Neptune. And, communication can be misunderstood, even though Mercury is moving direct. Okay, the Sun is in Pisces, in Aries, at 27 degrees, squares Mars, 27 degrees in Cancer. This transit is a hotbed of energy. So, it's creating frustration, resentment, sexual tension. So you have to channel this energy to be more productive by, using your physical body to do some things. Swimming, because Cancer is water, jogging, weightlifting, going to the gym, running, anything that is going to exhaust your body is going to help you channel this energy constructively. Okay, so on the 18th, wow, let's see, April 18th, the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn in your 10th house of public reputation, authority figures, and leadership. This could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality. That's the 16th. I'm sorry. I already said that the 18th is Mars entering Leo in your third house of communication, siblings, friends, short trips, and community. Okay, you may have a strong domineering presence towards your siblings and friends. Tension and disagreements may flare up with them. And that could partly be because you're not the older sibling. You might be, the younger sibling, and your siblings, older siblings, may not like that you're taking this approach to your persona. You're kind of leaning into yourself, and being the person that you want to be. And that may be the cause of conflict for you. Now, on the 19th, the sun enters Taurus, okay? And let's see, Taurus is in your 12th house. Okay, and Taurus is in the 12th house of retreat, undoing, loss, spirituality, institutions, dreams. Taurus being in your 12th house is doing some behind the scenes work on how you feel about yourself and what Taurus wants to give to others. So you may, want to help some underprivileged charity, or, people, the homeless or something like that, because Taurus generally has enough, to share. Taurus is maybe also thinking about how to, pamper yourself more, how to rest more as well. Because the 12th house is the house of escape, resting, and Taurus, that energy, Gemini rising, you may need to rest, okay? And that Taurus energy in the 12th house may be trying to do just that. So we have the 23rd of April, the sun is in Taurus, and it squares Pluto. Letting go of old habits and methods that you have relied on regularly are no longer serving you. And Taurus is a fixed sign. Taurus generally stay the course, don't change, just like things the way they are. So this is a strong letting go placement for you right now. And you might experience some intense pushback when confronting those in positions of power and authority. So just be careful of how you speak up to those in power and authority, especially if this is in your workplace, okay? So on the 26th, we have that the North Node, 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus at 25 degrees Taurus. So this is like you're encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas, you know, because this is thinking outside the box. And the North Node is about new processes or discovering something new for yourself. Okay? And with the Uranus, it wants you to, you know, be more progressive, have more innovative ideas, break free from past conservatism. I wanted to say humdrum stuff, you know, because things do tend to be humdrum when you're just doing the same thing. You're fixed on life just being the way it's set up, okay? So embracing change, becoming more original, inventive, creative in your thinking. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values as well. Okay, that's on the 26th. And the last thing on the 26th, we have the last opposition, Mars-Pluto opposition of this year. Okay? And so there were two before, and those were real powerful points. This last one is just like the cleanup or the clearing, you know, where everything has been done, and now this is like, look, how are you going to deal with this last one? Are you going to, you know, respond to it, or are you going to just let it go? Okay? Or have you evolved into this transformation of Pluto, or are you still doing the Mars things where you charging through and then you're going back, oh, I should have thought about that first, you know? So here you are at the end of this last opposition. Which one are you? Okay? Which one? So that's all I can say. Hello, I am having a heck of a time with my camera and my recordings. So I don't know what's going on. I didn't try to, you know, figure it out, but I haven't. So it's saying that I recorded too long, so I had to stop it and look. And now, you know, I'm not re-recording, but I'm just extending it. So I'm going to get done with this one. I only have 2 more days of discussion. Okay, so we have on the 27th, we have the new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees, and this is in your 12th house of retreat, escape, letting go, and institutions. The sun and moon are both conjunct Uranus and Jupiter. And you know, Uranus and Jupiter, they all really want you to be free or have your freedom to experience, you know, higher vibrations of life. So this is a time when you are encouraged to look at your relationships with yourself and your body and start to value yourself more, your time and your energy. And again, Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with your individuality, inspiring you to be true to who you are. Okay, on the 30th, we have Venus enters Aries in your 11th house of friends, social groups, memberships, hopes, and wishes. You may find a partner with whom you share a deep spiritual connection with. This could be a secret relationship developing. Humanitarian work or serving others may be a priority as well. So Gemini rising, I've got a little bit perturbed because of my camera stopping and me not knowing how to figure this out. But I'm going to have to be more mindful of my time now because it's been doing this over, a couple of months now. But this is your forecast for April 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my collective Cancers out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow, Astro Cheryl. And this is your monthly forecast for April 2025. All right, we have a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces. Now, before I get started, is that I'm going to have to be conscientious of my time because my camera has a tendency to stop on its own when it's saying that I've run out of time. And I've been investigating, why this is happening, but I haven't come up with the conclusion yet. So I'm going to be looking at my clock while I'm talking to you, just so you know. But we're going to get through this. Okay, so let's get into the reading. Now, the stellium in Pisces is retrograde Mercury, North Node Saturn, and retrograde Venus. So we have the asteroid Ceres. Ceres is in Pisces as well. Okay, so we have Mercury turning direct in Pisces on the 7th, and we have Venus turning direct on the 12th. The full moon is 23 degrees Libra on the 12th, and the super new moon is 7 degrees Taurus on the 27th. Okay, so we have lots to unpack, and I'm going to try to, get through it without overdoing the time. Okay, so we have the moon 25 degrees Taurus, conjunct Uranus in Taurus in your 11th house. And this starts on the 1st of April. Okay, and this is the house of friends, social groups, memberships, hopes, wishes, endings, undoings, loss, spirituality, dreams, and institution, plus your subconscious. Your moods change quickly because of the moon, that you may surprise yourself and others. You may be impatient with your normal routine and want to do something completely different, and that's because of the Uranus conjunction. This may not be the best time to spend money, okay? Taurus is materialistic, Taurus is money, and this may not be the best time to do that because of the unconscious patterns that the moon imbues in us. It's impulsive, and those old thought patterns can come through, and we end up spending money on things that we really don't need. Okay, so Saturn on that same day, 24 degrees Pisces conjunct retrograde Venus, and this is in your 9th house of religion, philosophy, beliefs, higher education, long distance travel, publishing, and teaching. This transit may have a strong effect on your relationships with others, and you may be reevaluating those relationships that are solidly based. And you will put them through the test and examination, through a test and examining everything about the relationship. But rest assured, this is just Venus retrograde, So once that passed, everything will be fine. But this is in your 9th house. Okay, and those in, your classmates, people that you are close to may, you know, feel uncomfortable about that. Just put it that way. So on the 5th, we have Pisces, Saturn in Pisces sextile Uranus, excuse me, in Taurus at 25 degrees. You may have more self-discipline and endurance because of Saturn, as well as open-mindedness and inventiveness, which is Uranus, during this transit. You may find it desirable to work with other people because they will help with your insights, bringing those to light, whatever limitations that may be. They can definitely help you see things better. All right, so we have on that same day, the 5th, we have Mars at 25 degrees Cancer, trine Saturn, 25 degrees Pisces. Intellectual or physical work that requires focused attention to detail is favorable, and overthinking could be problematic. Okay? Or I should say overworking. Now, retrograde Venus on the 6th, a time to reflect on dynamics of your connections with other people, your relationships, whether they're emotional, fulfilling, or not. It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart to heart. Okay, on the 7th, we have Mercury turns direct in Pisces in your 9th house. Higher education, philosophy, religion, beliefs, long distance travel, publishing, and teaching. Trust your intuition and release your fears. Clarity comes with communication as communication flows freely, fostering deeper connections and creative insights in your belief system. Okay, on the 12th, the Sun conjuncts Chiron in your 10th house of career, public reputation, authority figures, and leadership. This placement can amplify the need for introspection, looking within, and self-discovery. You may be drawn to humanitarian efforts, wanting to help others, or find yourself drawn to helping people in your environment. You may struggle with issues of self-worth and identity, and you may want to confront your deepest wounds, embrace your vulnerabilities, and cultivate self-compassion and self-acceptance. Okay, so this is happening in your house of career with Chiron. So this may have to do with if you don't accept yourself as, an authority figure, or as someone who deserves respect from your colleagues, co-workers, then they won't either. Okay, so you have to be the first one to do that. And then they will follow, because they can't follow you if you have not figured out who you are. So here, the Sun conjunct in your 10th house wants you to represent who you are and heal that false identity, the lack of self-worth or the low self-worth, and love yourself more. Okay? And then they will see you as that loving person that needs their attention and time, and they'll have it to give. Okay, so on that same day, we have the full moon in Libra, and this is in your 4th house of home, property, family, parents, ancestors, and retirement age. Now, the 4th and 10th house are oppose each other. So Chiron is also going to be affecting the 4th house as well, which is about your family. Okay? So you also, as you start to deal with the issues of your self-worth, you also start to focus on having a better relationship with your family and your your parents, your family, your spouse, because nurturing here is what people need to know that they are cared about, okay, and cared for. All right, so we have Venus turns direct on the 12th as well, in Pisces in your 9th house of religion, philosophy, beliefs, higher education, long distance. I've already repeated that in a couple of other places here. Okay, nurture your dreams and connections. Okay, experience your compassion and creativity. And, you might be in school, you might want to do some creative writing, you might be a teacher, and you may want to show some of your more of your creative expression, okay? More of your capacity to others. And don't forget that, this is a place where, your dreams matter. You may have dreams about religions from the past, and you also may find that there are some connections from past lives that you've experienced here in the present moment. And those connections are people that are in your religious space. They may be part of your school, or people that you meet on a long distance from another country. So you might be interested in what they have to say about their experience with spirituality and religion, because it may be different from yours, but also it gives you more insight as to what you don't know. Okay? So let's see. You might get involved with someone older or a mentor. Okay? So the North Node on the 16th, here we go, is in Pisces conjunct Saturn in your 9th house as well. Okay, here you may want to bring your dreams into reality. You may be dreaming about, getting a higher level of education. You may be dreaming about long distance travel or meeting someone from another country. But dreams are, it's good to dream, but it's like, don't take it too far, because it could be illusional. Whereas, someone may have, I'm trying to give you a for instance situation. Someone that you met from another country, may respond to you in a way that you feel, um, you know, they're they like you more than just a friend, but they haven't said anything. It's just the way that they act around you. But in reality, it may end up just being that, they were just around you, and the way they felt around you was the way they responded, but it's not that they really want to be with you per se. So that's just over the imaginative, the illusion. So yeah, you just have to wait things out, when you are having these daydreams, night dreams, because it could be just an illusion. All right, so we're going to move into the 17th. The sun in Aries, 27 degrees squaring Cancer. This transit can lead to a buildup of anger, resentment, and or sexual frustration. Channel this constructively, and you'll be okay. Working out, swimming, even sex. But don't overdo it, because and try not to get into conflicts. Accidents are easily to happen. Muscle strains and some type of exhaustion could happen from the overdue stuff. Okay, so let's see, where on the 18th we have Mars enters Leo in your second house. Material possessions, self-worth. You may have a strong domineering presence towards your significant other. Tension and disagreements may flare up between you about money matters. Okay, and on the 19th, Taurus enters, the sun enters Taurus. Okay, so this is Cancer, and I think that's in your 11th house. Yeah. So the Taurus enters Cancer in your 11th house. And this is fixed Taurus, wanting things to stay the same. And in the 11th house of friends and groups. And you may want to discover, more of what other people want, in their lives, because Taurus is earth sign, sense oriented, and not everybody is that, but you want to find your place, because you may find some mutable signs. You may find cardinal signs there, and those signs are all meant to, cardinal signs are natural leaders, and you may want to be a natural leader, or you may want to be a leader, but it may be hard for other people to identify with you in that way, because you're fixed in your attitude and your position. Okay, so on the 23rd, Sun in Taurus at 3 degrees square Pluto at 3 degrees Aquarius, letting go of old habits and methods that you have relied on regularly are no longer serving you. You may experience some intense pushback when confronting those in positions of power and authority. And yes, I can see that a square is also difficult. And Pluto, being the transformative, powerful, controlling energy, represents power and control. Okay, so on the 26th, we have the North Node at 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus at 25 degrees Taurus. You are encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas, fostering a progressive mindset. Break free from past conservationism and embrace change. Yeah, the North Node is about change, and Uranus is also about unexpected change. Okay, and this is all about freedom and having, walking towards a better you when it comes to the North Node, because that is places that we haven't ventured to, but it's a place that will bring us more prosperity. And Uranus is, that unexpected, freedom loving opportunist. And it's progressive. So it wants to get that momentum going so that we can propel ourselves into something better. Okay? So just being, creative and more inventive with your thought process is helpful to you. Let's see. And you can navigate social changes while staying true to yourself. Okay? Reflecting on is what I meant to say. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. Okay. So we have Mars Leo opposition. This is the last Mars Leo opposition for this year. There were two before, and if you try to gain control over others, you might find yourself opposed by everyone you have tried to rule. So just be mindful to take care of yourself instead of trying to control another body, okay? That is not yours. So on the 27th, we have the super new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees in your 11th house of friends, social groups, members, ships, hopes and wishes, endings, undoing. No. Memberships, hopes and wishes. Okay, and that's that. So, and the sun and the moon are conjunct with Uranus and Jupiter as well. This is a time when you're encouraged to look at your relationships with yourself, your body, and start to value yourself more. Your time and your energy. Okay, so both Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with your individuality, inspiring you to be true to who you are. Okay, that's what they are all about, is trying to get us to be true to ourselves. So this is the time to look at yourself and your relationship with yourself and your body and value yourself more so that your group, your friends, they can also value you as the person you are as well, because this affects them too. And the more you value yourself, the more value they will hold about you as well, or for you as a person. So you will bring value to your relationships in your 11th house if you are putting that value into who you are as well. Okay, so on the last day of the month is the 30th, not the last day, but for us, I'm doing the 30th. Venus enters Aries at 0 degrees in your 10th house of public, reputation, career, authority figure, and leadership. So during this transit, you may have a competitive approach towards your work projects, and you may have a need for recognition and success in your professional life, exerting a direct and assertive approach in pursuing your goals. Wow. Your public image may be seen as confident and charming. Well, that's beautiful, Cancer rising. So at least you end off the month, where, especially in your workplace, people can see you and respect you as well. But this is the forecast for you for April 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my lovely Leo risings out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow, Astro Cheryl. I'm changing my my channel's name to Astro Cheryl. So by the time you receive this, it should be already in action. So anyway, Leo rising. If you didn't read the intro, this month starts out with a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces. Okay? And we have retrograde Mercury, the North Node, Saturn, retrograde Venus, plus the asteroid Ceres are all in Pisces this month. Mercury turns direct in Pisces on April 7th, and Venus turns direct on April 12th in Pisces. The full moon is 23 degrees Libra on the 12th, and there's a super new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees on the 27th. Now, I've been having problems with my camera shutting off on its own. I've been doing some research, but I haven't found the answer yet. It's saying that the video is too long, so I'm going to try to talk faster because, I don't want it quitting on me, and I have to go through the process of getting up, trying to get it back on course, and those types of things. But anyway, here we go. So on the 1st of April, we have a moon at 25 degrees Taurus, conjunct Uranus in Taurus at 25 degrees in your 10th house of career, public reputation, authority figures, and leadership. You may experience sudden career shifts or breakthroughs in your professional life. You may be drawn to unconventional careers. Okay. Saturn, 24 degrees. This is on the same day. Pisces conjunct retrograde Venus in your 8th house. So the stellium is in your 8th house, okay, Leo rising. And this is the house of death, transformation, sex, trauma, psychological issues, and other people's money. This transit may have a strong effect on your relationship with others, and you may be reevaluating those relationships that are solidly based and will go through a period of testing, okay, during which your significant other and parents may be concerned about your thought process right now or during this transit. Now, on the 5th, we have Saturn at 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus at 25 degrees Taurus. You may have more self-discipline and endurance, as well as open-mindedness and inventiveness during this transit. You may find it desirable to work with other people on projects that you undertake now. Okay, their insights will help you transcend your own limitations. Okay, so new approaches are encouraged. On that same day, on the 5th, Mars at 25 degrees Cancer trine Saturn in Pisces. Intellectual or physical work that requires focused attention to detail is favorable, but overthinking may become a problem. Okay? So on the 6th, we have retrograde Venus trines Mars, a time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections and whether they're emotionally fulfilling or not. It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things, to have a heart-to-heart. On the 7th, Mercury turns direct in Pisces in your 8th house. So this is where the concentration of Pisces energy is in your chart that you are working on right now. Some of it could be unconscious because this 8th house energy, and there could also be some psychological issues that may crop up, but just know that this is this particular energy is going to pass. Okay, so what I was saying, was this on the 7th? Yeah. Trust your intuition and release your fears. Okay? Clarity comes as communication flows freely, fostering deeper connections with your significant others. Okay, so just know that your intuition and your psychic energy is heightened right now because you have all this Pisces energy concentrated in your 8th house. So you're not crazy. You're picking up on things that other people can't feel or sense. So just know that your senses are being activated and just trust your intuition, okay? Or that gut feeling that may, crop up. So on the 12th, we have the Sun conjunct Chiron in your 9th house of religion, philosophy, beliefs, higher education, long distance travel, publishing, and teaching. This placement can amplify the need for introspection and self-discovery. You may be drawn to humanitarian efforts or find yourself helping others through some type of religious practice or through a higher education, charity, or it could be through long distance connections with other people. If you're teaching, it could be through some type of, what does people want? A grant or something, help people find grants, get grants, or even publishing a book, you know, to help others understand their religion or, you know, their philosophy, their belief systems. Okay, let's see. You may struggle with issues of self-worth and identity because things are changing now. And you may want to confront your deepest wounds, embrace your vulnerability, and cultivate self-compassion and self-acceptance because you are worthy, you know. Sometimes your belief systems, your religion get in the way of your identity and your self-worth. Okay, so on the same day we have the full moon in Libra at 23 degrees in your third house, and the third house and ninth house are opposition of one another. Okay, so this is a communication of siblings, short trips, friends, early education, community, and also this is the collaboration. Focus on collaboration and understanding others, okay? Nurture your connections that inspires growth with your siblings, with your friends, and with your community, okay? So on the 12th, that same day, Venus turns direct in Pisces in your 8th house of death, transformation, sex, trauma, philosophy, psychological issues, and other people's money. Experience your compassion and creativity. Nurture your dreams, okay, and your connections. You may deepen your relationship with your significant others here. Or there could be, you know, a secret romance as well that's coming out into the open because Venus is turning direct. Okay, so the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn at 25 degrees in your 8th house. Okay, and that's the same house we just talked about. This is on the 16th, though. This could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality. So remember what I said, that you have a concentration of planets in your 8th house right now. So there could be a lot of confusion going on because there's so many things happening at once. So take that reality check, all right? Because there's a lot of dreamy energy in here. And, you know, imagination versus illusion, that type of energy can, you know, create some kind of psychological effect on others. Okay, so just be careful here with this North Node conjunct Saturn, because you will need a reality check in whatever it is that you want to bring from dream to reality, okay? And just give it some time, because people are not really, you know, seeing things clearly when they look at, what you're doing right now in your eighth house. And this has to do with the people closest to you. All right, so let's see. On that same day, the 16th, we have Mercury at 0 degrees Aries, conjunct Neptune at 0 degrees Aries in your ninth house of religion, philosophy, beliefs, higher education, long distance travel, publishing, and teaching. You may be inclined to immerse yourself into mysterious subjects, and that's, yeah, the ninth house. The occult and spiritual philosophy are some of them. This imaginative power can take you too far that it changes from imagination to illusion, like I was just saying before. Confused thinking may crop up. So it might be best to keep things to yourself for now, because your communication may be misunderstood. So we have on the 17th, Sun in Aries squares Mars in Cancer. This transit can lead to buildup of anger, resentment, or sexual frustration. Channeled it, channel it constructively, things will work out for the better. And constructively meaning, you know, using your body like running, swimming, gym, going to the gym, working out on the weights, and sex, that'll help too. So, there's a lot of physical ways that you can work through this energy instead of mouthing it out, okay? Arguments and things like that. So on the 19th, we have the Sun entering Taurus. And then, well, first of all, let me get to the 18th. On the 18th, I have Mars enters Leo in your first house. Okay? And this is the house of self, physical body, personality, appearance, outlook on life. Okay, you may be craving the attention of others. You may be passionate and dramatic and impulsive, and you come across as direct, straightforward, or even blunt, okay? You may be charismatic and playful with the natural ability to attract attention and make a lasting impression. So you shine, all right? And so we have the Sun entering Taurus, and I'm trying to see can I figure out what house it's in. It's in the 10th house. Sun enters your 10th house on the 19th. So we have the Sun in Taurus at 3 degrees Pluto at 3 degrees, squaring Pluto at 3 degrees Aquarius. And this happens on the 23rd. And again, letting go of old habits, methods that you have relied on regularly are no longer serving you. You may experience some intense pushback when confronting those in the position of power and authority, one-on-one relationships, and business partners. On the 26th, we have the North Node, sextile Uranus. You are encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas, foster a progressive mindset, break free from past conservationism, and embrace change. Okay? Become more original, inventive, and creative in your thinking. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. And that's on the 26th. This is all innovative. North Node energy is that new energy. Uranus energy is this Uranus in Aquarius, which is this freedom-loving, innovative, technological, forward-thinking energy that we are in now, okay? So let's see, on the same day, Mars opposed Pluto. And this is the last of this Mars-Pluto conjunction this year. This is the third one, okay? So this is like wrapping things up. You've done the work already, you know, you've gotten through it. Now the results, it's going to come after this opposition ends, you know. Have you risen above, or are you still staying, you know, at that Mars energy vibration? Okay, so just know that the only person that you can control is yourself. When you try to control other people, it's going to backfire on you, and you might find yourself opposed by those who you try to control. All right, so control yourself. Do you try to make yourself better, and, you know, continue on. So the 27th, we have the super new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees in your 10th house of career, authority, reputation, public reputation, that is, authority figures, and leadership. The sun and moon are conjunct with Uranus and Pluto as well. This is the time when you are encouraged to look at your relationship with yourself and your body and start to value yourself, your time, your energy more. Both Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with your individuality, inspiring you to be true to who you are. Okay? And on the 30th, we have Venus enters Aries at 0 degrees in your 9th house of religion, philosophy, belief, higher education, long distance travel, publishing, and teaching. During this transit, you may have a competitive approach towards your workplace, your work projects, okay? And you may have a need for recognition and success in your professional life. Exerting an assertive approach in pursuing your goals. Okay, so you might be looking at your education, okay, your long distance travel. If you are in a teaching position, you may be looking at a competitive approach towards your teaching skills. And if it's in your belief systems, what you believe, you may have a competitive approach to what you believe versus what someone else believes in, okay? Which their belief system may be different from yours. But just because you believe in what you believe doesn't make yours righter than that other person, okay? So just so you know that, you know, love is the highest vibration. So just know that when you bring love into the situation, then there's no need to compete. But Aries is that has that competitive nature, and that's what it wants to do. But at the end of the day, the challenges, they all, that's all it is, are just challenges. Okay? So as long as you love yourself, you love, you know, everything around you in your ninth house, then you've reached that higher vibration of love. Okay? So, Leo rising, that is your forecast for April 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Virgo rising collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And this is your forecast for April 2025. And if you didn't listen to my intro, I'm going to just share with you that we have a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces, okay? And we'll find out where Pisces is in your chart as we go along. We have retrograde Mercury, we have the North Node, we have Saturn and retrograde Venus. Plus, we have the asteroid Ceres in the sign of Pisces as well. So Mercury turns direct in Pisces on the 7th, and Venus turns direct on the 12th, both in the sign of Pisces. The full moon is 23 degrees Libra on the 12th, and a super new moon is 7 degrees Taurus on the 27th. Okay? Oh, okay. Let's see. On the 1st, we have the moon at 25 degrees Taurus, conjunct Uranus in Saturn at 25 degrees in your ninth house of religion, philosophy, beliefs, higher education, long distance travel, publishing, and teaching. You begin to question traditional belief systems, seeking out new and alternative perspectives. You may approach education or learning in a non-traditional manner. Okay, that's on the 1st. We have Saturn, 24 degrees Pisces, conjunct Venus, and this is in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, marriage, business partnerships, contracts, legal matters, and open enemies. This transit may have a strong effect on your relationships with others, and you may be reevaluating those relationships that are solidly based and will go through a period of testing. And your significant others may be concerned with your approach. Okay, and on the 3rd, no, this is the 5th, we have Saturn is sextiling Uranus. And this is, you may have more self-discipline and endurance, as well as an open-mindedness and inventiveness during this transit. Okay, because we have Saturn and we have Uranus. Okay, Saturn wants us to be disciplined and wants us to push through, work hard, that kind of thing. And Uranus wants us to have an open mind to more innovative, creative, technological points of views. So you might find it desirable to work with other people in projects that you undertake now, because the more the merrier. More input you get, the more inventiveness, or insights that may come from it. Okay, so on the same day, on the 5th, we have Mars trine Saturn. You may be given credit for the work that you do, and a promotion may be in the works. You may be praised by others who feel you deserve the credit as well. Okay, so on the 6th, we have retrograde Venus trines Mars. This is a time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections and whether they emotionally fulfill your needs or not. It's possible that someone from the past may come into your life, may come back, okay? And they want to rekindle things or have a heart to heart. So on the 7th, and these retrogrades are about revisiting the past, but for me, the past sits in the past, okay? It's no need in me bringing it back into, the present day. Now, on the 7th, Mercury turns direct in Pisces in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, marriages, business partners, contracts, legal matters, open enemies. Trust your intuition and let go of your fears. Clarity comes as communication flows freely with this Mercury turning direct, fostering deeper connections within your relationships and partnerships, okay? You may also be overly sensitive to others' emotions or struggle with boundaries in your relationships, okay? Pisces is about boundaries, all right? So that's where the boundaries, the struggle, because it's hard for Pisces to set boundaries, and Mercury is in the sign of Pisces right now. Okay, so the concentration of Pisces energy for you, Virgo rising, is in your relationship house, your 7th house of relationships. Okay? So on the 12th, we have the Sun conjunct Chiron, and this is in your 8th house of death, transformation, sex, trauma, psychological issues, power and control, other people's money, occult, taxes, and inheritance. This placement can amplify the introspection of self-discovery, okay? And this is a good place because this is a transformative house where, transformation can happen. You may find yourself drawn to helping others. You may struggle with issues of self-worth and identities. Okay? You may want to confront your deepest wounds, embrace your vulnerabilities, and cultivate self-compassion and self-acceptance. Okay, so Aries is where Chiron is, and the Sun is in the sign of Aries. So this 8th house is lighting up a lot of transformative energy for you, and also something about the head, because Aries rules your head, and may be helping you clear up some issues that goes along the lines of psychological, but I'm saying that you might be, psychic or intuitive, because you're picking up like a sponge on energies that are not yours, of people that are around you. You could pick up on what they're feeling and sometimes what they're thinking, and you don't know how to, respond to that. But just know that this is a time for healing. You can start some meditation so that you can start to see where you are, where your energy is, and where someone else's energy begins, okay? And that's the thing with the Pisces energy. You get enmeshed in other people's energy. You haven't learned how to ground and keep your aura close to you. Okay, so then we're gonna go to, where was I? The full moon is 23 degrees Libra in your second house of money. And don't forget that the sun conjunct Chiron is in the 8th house. The full moon is in the second house, and they oppose, the second house and the 8th house are opposed each other, opposition to one another. So that means that Chiron is affecting, your relationship in your second house, and the full moon is affecting the relationship in the 8th house. Okay, so this is about the money, material, possessions, self-worth. You may decide to evaluate your possessions, habits, and let go of what no longer serves you. You are urged to bring balance in your material life and in your relationships. Okay. Venus, on that same day, on the 12th, turns direct in Pisces in your 7th house of relationships, marriage, partnerships, contracts, legal matters. Okay? Experience your compassion and creativity. Nurture your dreams and your relationship connections. You may deepen your relationship with your significant others. And Venus is about love. So I'm going to just say this is about your, one-on-one relationships. Okay? Venus is also about, legal matters as well, contracts. But when we're talking about direct in Pisces, compassion, creativity, nurturing, we're talking about connections, okay? So on the 16th, we have the North Node in Pisces, conjunct Saturn in your 7th house of relationships again, okay? Okay. This could manifest as a strong drive to bring into reality, to bring your dreams into reality. But remember, you have to do a reality check because we're still in the sign of dreamy Pisces, okay? And Pisces has issues with boundaries and structure right now within your relationship because Saturn is in Pisces as well. Okay, Mercury at 0 degrees Aries conjunct Neptune in your 8th house. Okay, so this is the house of death, transformation, sex, trauma, psychological issues, power and control, other people's money, taxes, inheritance. You may be inclined to immerse yourself into mysterious subjects. And this is definitely one of those places where the occult is favored. The eighth house, okay? This imaginative power can take you too far, though, so you have to be able to stay in the present moment, okay? If you're not getting any type of therapy or anything like that, you have to learn how to stay in the present moment and recognize when you are not you, okay? Because that's where the boundless stuff happens, is that when you start to merge into somebody else's space and you don't even know it, and you start thinking, what they're thinking and feeling what they're feeling, and you don't even know why you feeling this way or what it is. That's just being psychic or intuitive, as they say. And Pisces is a highly psychic sign. So, with this concentration of Pisces energy in the charts now, those are the areas that's going to be affected. So in the eighth house, don't think you're crazy, just think that you're psychic, okay? And get some help. Learn how to do some meditation. That'll help you figure it all out, okay? So then we have, on the 17th, we have the sun in Aries, square Cancer. And this is a buildup of tension, anger, resentment of, things, stuff, people. But channel this constructively, by working out in, some kind of physical activity. And on the 18th, we have Mars enters Leo, and that's in your house of 12th house of retreat, dreams, spirituality, subconscious, hidden places, drugs, and institutions. You may be drawn to reflect on personal goals and desires. You may be drawn to be alone, to have alone time, and do quiet activities. Creativity may be therapy for you. So on the 19th, the sun enters Taurus, and on the 23rd, the sun in Taurus at 3 degrees square Pluto at 3 degrees Aquarius. You may have a strong sense of self and a deep understanding of your own power and potential. You may be drawn to positions of influence and authority, or you may struggle with the desire for control and manipulation. Okay, Virgo rising. Think about that. Okay, on the 26th, we have the North Node at 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus at 25 degrees Taurus. You are encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas. Bring them, Virgo rising. Fostering a progressive mindset, break free from past conservatism, and embrace change. Becoming more original, inventive, and creative in your thinking. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values, okay? And embracing change is something that you want to see. Okay, on that same day, we have Mars at 3 degrees Leo opposed Pluto at 3 degrees Aquarius. This is the last of the 3 Mars-Pluto oppositions this year. This is a big deal, but this is the last one of the year, and hopefully this has cleared a lot of karmic issues that we have, and growth with the transformative energy of Pluto has set in. Okay, but this last one is like, a review. Look at what you've done. Have you done what you needed to do, or what? So it's a time, a tell-all time, for us to recognize where we're going next. Okay. All right, so that's on the 26th. On the 27th, we have the super new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees in your ninth house of religion, philosophy, belief, higher education, long distance travel, publishing, teaching. The sun and moon are conjunct with Mars and with Uranus and Jupiter. This is the time when you're encouraged to look at your relationship with yourself, your body, and start to value yourself, your time, and your energy. Both Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with your individuality, inspiring you to be true to who you are. Okay, so this new moon is questioning your religion, your belief system, what you want to do when you grow up. That's, quote unquote. But anyway, what's true to you, okay? And look at that so that you can discover, who you really are, because the religion may not be who you really are. I mean, it may not even be part of your self concept. It may have been something that was just placed on you through birth, and that doesn't make it you. That just make what you came into. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we're going to move on to the 30th. Venus enters Aries at 0 degrees in your eighth house of death. Transformation, sex, trauma, psychological issues, power and control, other people's money, the occult, taxes, and inheritance. This transit may have you acting possessive with little regard for personal boundaries. You may be emotionally manipulative because of your feelings of dependency, jealousy, feelings used or taken advantage of, or simply because it's hard for you to let go. Wow. Okay. So, Virgo rising. We ending the month with this Venus entering Aries in your eighth house. Virgo rising. At the end of the video, my audio went out on me and you couldn't hear the words that were coming out of my mouth. So I decided to do this little short here to let you know that I was talking about the eighth house energy, and wanted to just say that you may be psychic and not crazy. Okay? So until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Libra rising collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow, Astro Cheryl. I have changed the name of my channel, and it is already changed as we speak, or as I speak to you during this video. But this is your forecast for April 2025. Okay, and I am your friendly astrologer, Sharon. All right, so for the beginning of the month, we have a stellium, which is three or more planets in a house. We have retrograde Mercury in Pisces. We have the North Node in Pisces. We have Saturn in Pisces and retrograde Venus in Pisces, plus the asteroid Ceres is also in the sign of Pisces. Now, for you Libra, where Pisces is a concentration of energy that is working on your behalf. So it's best to take note so you know what you are experiencing on a personal level, okay? And we'll get into where that is as I go through the forecast. But I want to let you know that I've been having some problems with my recordings, and I think it's because my video is too long, so I have to watch my time on the video, and I have to also be careful of my transmitter because it goes out as well. And I just want it to work smoothly if I can, so I don't have to do any extra work. But you know, it goes with the territory, so that's where I am, but I just want to share. Okay, so we have Mercury turning direct in Pisces on the 7th. Then we need another week for it to move out of its shadow. And Venus turns direct on the 12th with the full moon at 23 degrees of Libra. However, you know Venus is also in the sign of Pisces. There's a supermoon at 7 degrees Taurus on the 27th as well. So on the 26th, we have this last Mars-Pluto opposition happening. It's the last of the third of three. And this one is just a push to for you to see whether or not you are, you know, in your growth period, or are you staying, you know, in that vibration of Mars energy, okay? And it's okay whichever way you choose, because this is your life purpose, however that works out for you, okay? So on the 1st, we have the moon at 25 degrees Taurus conjunct Uranus. And this is happening in your 8th house of death, transformation, sex, trauma, psychological issues, power, and control. Other people's money, the occult, taxes, and inheritance. That's a lot, huh? Right? So your intuition, Libra rising, is heightened, okay? And you may have a fascination with mysteries of life and death. That is a Plutonian and a Scorpio thing. Okay, you may be drawn to the occult or metaphysical studies that challenge conventional beliefs to expand your understanding of the universe. And that's a good growth period, because that's like, you know, you are ascending into new ideas about how we got here, okay? So Saturn is 24 degrees Pisces conjunct retrograde Venus, and this is in your 6th house of health, nutrition, daily routines, work, and co-workers. This transit may suggest a need to reevaluate because we're in retrograde period, right? Your work habits and routines, and how those things are structured, okay? Because Saturn is about limitations, structure, and follow through. You may have excellent negotiating skills right now. You may have a need to examine existing relationships, resolve any conflicts, and make decisions about your future at this time. Okay? And of course, this existing relationship is around your co-workers because it's happening in your sixth house. All right. And you also want to check your health because this is about nutrition and your work, your daily routines. And Saturn has a tendency to have inflammatory factors around health. So since it's in your house of health, you want to make sure that you get plenty of rest. Maybe you need to go and get a checkup just to make sure everything is working out okay for you. So that's just a point to make. So on the 5th, we have Saturn 25 degrees Pisces sextile in Uranus. And this is about self-discipline, okay? And, we have Saturn here. Yes, Saturn, and he's all about discipline. And then we have Uranus, which is open-minded, inventiveness. So with these two, you have a desire to work with other people because these other people can give you more insight and help you, transcend your limitations. So this is just expanding your mind, giving you more ideas about the way a project can work for you, okay? New approaches are encouraged. On the 5th as well, we have Mars 25 degrees in Cancer trine Saturn. You may be given credit for the work that you do, and a promotion may be in the works for you as well. You may be praised by others who feel you deserve the credit. So good job. So on the 6th, we have retrograde Venus trine Mars. And this is a time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections with other people, whether they're emotionally fulfilling. That's what I'm trying to say. This is what you are looking at, is what is emotional fulfilling to you in the current relationships that you have. And it's also possible, because Venus is retrograde, that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or to have a heart-to-heart. But remember, the past is the past, and you moved from the past for a reason, all right? So, just reassess, reevaluate, but try to stay in the present moment. So on the 7th, Mercury turns direct in Pisces. So it'll be moving in its shadow for another 7 days before it's completely direct. And this is in your house of health. So I told you about that stellium in the sign of Pisces. All of this energy is located in your 6th house of health. So when you have that much energy in your house of health, work routines, you need to take heed to your health situation, okay? Because this energy can really, take a lot out of you, because there's a lot of action happening. changes, unexpected energies going on around you. And it could, be wearing your energy level down. Okay, so trust your intuition and, release your fears. Your clarity comes as communications start to flow freely with this Mercury turning direct. And this helps you foster a deeper connection within your circle of co-workers, peers, and subordinates, okay? And you may be overly sensitive to others' emotions because in the sign of Pisces, you have that intuitive ability, and you have the ability to being around these people, you have the ability to pick up on their emotions as well. So just be careful and know who you are in this scenario, as opposed to, your thoughts being theirs or their thoughts being yours. Okay, own your thoughts. Know, what you would be thinking about as opposed to what someone else is thinking about. That's how this Pisces energy happens. Sometimes you pick up on other people's energy and you tend to, operate on their level. Okay, so on the 12th, we have the Sun conjunct Chiron in your 7th house. Chiron is in the sign of Aries right now, and this is the wounded healer. So whatever wounds you have within your one-on-one relationships, your marriage, conflict, contractual agreements, legal matters, business partners, and open enemies. This is where the healing begins for Chiron in the sign of Aries, because it's in your 7th house. It asks you to confront your relationship patterns, heal past traumas, and try to cultivate healthy boundaries and communication skills in your partnerships, whether they're personal or business. Okay? So on that same day, we have the full moon, which is the 12th, at 23 degrees in your first house, Libra rising, of self, personality, appearance, dominant traits, and how other people see you. You may decide to evaluate your possessions and habits and let go of what no longer serves you. This is good. Your urge to bring balance in your material life and in your relationships as well. Your relationships to yourself, when you look in the mirror, how do you feel about you? Because this is the house of self. But it also can, is how other people view you, so that other people come into connection with this first house energy. So love yourself more. And that's what Libra brings, because Libra is about relationships, okay? And it's the relationship you have with who you are and the relationship that you have with others as well. Okay, let's see, is there anything else that I wanted to say? Okay, so on the same day, we have Venus turning direct in Pisces, also in your 6th house, but she'll be in her shadow for another week before, she is free and clear of the retrograde. And this is your house of health, routine, co-workers, okay? And this is where your compassion comes in, because Venus is in the sign of Pisces. Your creativity shows up, and nurturing your dreams and your connections here, but try not to do too much daydreaming here. So you may deepen your relationships with your co-workers, those people who are significant to you in your workplace. Okay, on the 16th, we have the North Node in Pisces, conjunct Saturn at 25 degrees, again in your sixth house, the stellium I've been talking about. So, make sure that you connect with your health care physician and just make sure that everything is okay. All right? Let's see. This could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality. Yeah. But just remember, you don't want to think your dreams are all going to manifest for you, because sometimes it could be, kind of out of whack with Pisces. So just make sure that you making sure that you take a reality check about what is true, to come to realization as to something you're just pondering, and that you're not ready to have happen right now, or it may not be feasible. Okay. All right. So working projects, let's see, check for, it might be difficult at this time for you to work on projects that has to do with other people as a team. Okay. All right. So this is happening on the 16th. So on that same day, we have Mercury, 0 degrees, Aries conjunct Neptune, and this again is in your seventh house of relationships, marriage, contractual agreements, legal matters, business partners. You may experience a deep empathy and understanding of others' needs and desires. You communicate with compassion, and your aim is to create emotional connections. Okay? And this is in your house of relationships. So on the 17th, we have the Sun in Aries squaring Mars in Cancer. Now, Mars rules Aries, but it's in the sign of Cancer. And Cancer is not the best place for Mars. So Mars doesn't feel comfortable there. But with the Sun in Aries, this could lead to a lot of a buildup of anger, resentment, and frustration. But if you know how to channel your energy into something positive, this will work out in your favor. Otherwise, you could be involved in some kind of conflict, accidents. You could sprain your muscles, or become exhausted, just because, that negative energy, it takes a lot out of you. So channeling the energy in a positive way is, about using your body, doing some kind of physical exercise, or going to the gym and lifting weights, those kinds of things. Okay, on the 18th, Mars entered Leo in your 11th house of friends, groups, organization, social connections, and luck. Your enthusiasm, passion, potential for social recognition is highlighted. Your social interactions and community involvement may create viral moments for you. So this could be a time that whatever you're doing, the internet could pick up on and, create a sensation for you during this period. So on the 23rd, first of all, on the 20th, on the 19th, the Sun enters Taurus. And on the 23rd, the sun in Taurus at 3 degrees will square Pluto at 3 degrees Aquarius. So this is with Pluto in the mix. This is a strong sense of self and a deep understanding of your own power and potential, okay? You may be drawn to positions of influence and authority, or you may struggle with the desire for control and manipulation. So just be careful with that. Sun energy, that's in the sign of Taurus. All right, so on the 26th, we have the North Node, 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus in Taurus. You are encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas, okay? That, fostering a positive mindset. Break free from past conservatism, because we know the sun in Taurus has a tendency to be fixed and resist change, okay? So embrace change, become more authentic, inventive, and creative in your thinking. And you can do that, Taurus sun. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. And on that same day, we have Mars, 3 degrees Leo, opposed Pluto, 3 degrees Aquarius. If you try to gain control over others in your social groups, organizations, and romantic relations, you might find yourself opposed by everyone you have tried to rule. So this is that Mars-Pluto opposition, where there is that control push and pull, this fight of who's has more power, okay? So the thing here is that it's better to work on yourself instead of trying to control things outside of yourself. Because the things within yourself that you can change and you have control over is going to be the best growth avenue for you with this last point in this opposition, okay? Because this will be the last opposition in Mars and Pluto this year. So there is some growth to be had. It's just about if you're ready for it. Okay, on the 27th, we have a super new moon, okay? And out of that Pluto opposition that we will experience on the 26th. Then on the 27th, this new moon, super new moon on top of it in our 8th house. However, this super new moon is helping us to create new intentions about how we want to grow or what we want to grow into. And in this situation, it's in your 8th house, Libra rising, and this is the house of death, transformation. So, and it's also the house of Pluto and Scorpio. Pluto rules Scorpio, okay? So this transformation, the sex, trauma, psychological issues, power and control, and other people's money, along with, inheritance, death, taxes, banking stuff is also included in this house. So the sun and moon are conjunct with Uranus and Pluto as well during this new moon transit. This is a time when you focus on what you value the most and the importance of deep, meaningful relationships and the need for intimacy. Sex is also involved here. You may also have a deep desire for personal transformation and growth, which is an opportune time for you to do so, because on the 26th we have that opposition, which is pushing, is like a force to grow up and change. Okay? And both Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with individuality and with the inspiration of you growing into the person that you should be. All right, and on the last, well, not the last day, but on the 30th, we have Venus entering Aries, and this is in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, and you know the rest. This transit may bring new romantic opportunities and and intensify existing relationships. Okay, there may be confrontational or passionate arguments in relationships. You may form new partnerships as well, and that's because Aries is feisty. Aries is a bit on the controlling side and forceful but passionate. Okay, so with that being said, this is your forecast for April 2025 and Libra rising. Until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Scorpio risings. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow, Astro Cheryl. Now I've just changed my handle to Astro Cheryl, and as we speak it should be that, but I just want to let you know that I'm your friendly astrologer Sharon and this is your forecast for April 2025. Welcome. Okay, so Scorpio rising, this month starts with the stellium in the sign of Pisces, and this is happening in your fifth house. Okay, so we have retrograde Mercury, North Node Saturn, and retrograde Venus, plus the asteroid Ceres is in your fifth house. Mercury turns direct in Pisces on April 7th, and Venus turns direct on April 12th. The full moon is also highlighted at 23 degrees on the 12th. And a super new moon at 7 degrees Taurus happens on the 27th. And we also have the last of the 3 Mars-Pluto oppositions, okay, for the year. And this is like a wrap-up of this growth period, because that's exactly what it is a time where you have the opportunity to transform some of your energy to a higher vibration. But it's all up to you, because you have the choice to change or stay the same. Okay? All right, so let's see. And I have to, speed up because my recordings have been stopping automatically because of time, and then my transmitter has been going out on me because of time. So I'm going to try to push myself as much as I can to get through this within a reasonable amount of time here. So on the 1st, there's a moon 25 degrees Taurus conjunct Uranus in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, marriage, contractual agreements, legal matters, business partners, and open enemies. You may be drawn to partners who are independent, free-spirited, or who has a rebellious streak. It may be hard for you to commit to a traditional type relationship at this time. Okay, so Saturn is 24 degrees Pisces on that same day, conjuncting retrograde Venus. And again, this is happening in your fifth house because this is in the sign of Pisces. And with Ceres there, Ceres is speaking to your ability to nurture others or be nurtured. Okay? So that is showing up for you right now to, heal yourself. It's shedding that light on it, and this might be, some of the problems that you might be having with yourself that has been, embedded within you and now is starting to show up. Okay? So this is in your fifth house of children, hobbies, creativity, romance, play, and pleasure. This transit may suggest a need to revisit old relationships, old creative projects, or old love interests. And, maybe you can connect with why you haven't been, why it's been problematic in your romance and creativity area. Ceres can shed some light to that, So this is something that you have to let go and allow yourself to feel the pain of not being given the support you needed when you were, an infant. Okay? So that's about nurturing, and it's about how you're showing up as a nurturer. Can you do that? So that's what Ceres speaks to. Okay, so on the 5th, we have Saturn at 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus. You may have more self-discipline, and endurance, as well as open-mindedness and inventiveness during this transit. And that's because endurance, self-discipline starts with Saturn, because that's what Saturn is all about, is being grounded, being an earth energy, wanting you to work hard to attain the things that you want to have. And then with Uranus, this is an inventive energy. It's also where, you expand your thought process about new and innovative ways to do things in your life. So you may find it desirable to work with other people in projects that you undertake now. Their insights will help you transcend your own limitations, because, sometimes we get stuck, and, having other people around us helps us to see things differently. Okay? New approaches are encouraged. On the 5th, we have Saturn, 25 degrees Pisces, sextile Uranus at 25 degrees. You may have more self-discipline and endurance. Oh, I said that already. I apologize. On that same day, we have Mars at 25 degrees Cancer, trine Saturn in Pisces. Okay? You may be given credit for work that you do and a promotion, okay? And you may be praised by others who feel you deserve it. So that's a promising moment with this trine. So on the 6th, retrograde Venus trines Mars, a time to reflect on dynamics of your connections and whether they are emotionally fulfilling, okay? It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart-to-heart. Okay, that's Venus in retrograde. On the 7th, we have Mercury turning direct in your 5th house, because it is in the sign of Pisces as well. So trust your intuition and release your fears. Clarity comes as communication flows freely, fostering deeper connections within your circle of coworkers, peers, and subordinates. You may also be overly sensitive to others' emotions or struggle with boundaries with relationships, with children, and romantic partners. Okay? And at the same time, just remember that Ceres is there too, shedding a light on how you feel, in your relationships with your children or, with kids at all. Do you want to have them? Or, why don't you want to have them? Whatever that case may be. On the 12th, we have the Sun conjunct Chiron in your sixth house of health, routine, daily routines, work, and co-workers. And this placement asks you to confront your relationship patterns, heal past trauma, and try to cultivate healthy boundaries and communication skills with your peers, your co-workers, and subordinates. Okay, and this is Chiron in the sign of Aries, and this is in your house of health. And also take note, because it's in the sign of Aries, Aries do tend to bring more inflammation in your body, okay? And it could be, from stress from work, but whatever that is, take care of yourself. If you need to see a doctor, practitioner, try to see that, make that happen for yourself. So don't take your health lightly. If you're feeling some kind of way, maybe you need to get checked. All right? So we have the full moon on the 12th as well. And this is in the sign of Libra in your 12th house. And the 12th house is the house of endings, self-undoing, spirituality, retreat, subconscious, your dreams, institutions. Okay? You might be soul searching for some type of inner peace by connecting with your higher self through your intuition. Okay? And this is a good placement for that because subconsciously you can move things through quicker than you can do, in your day hours. Okay, so, and also, this is the full moon. You may want to rebalance your life, and your relationships with this full moon coming through in your 12th house. You might be, moody as well. But these are things that's happening to you on the inside. Okay? So these are the hidden things about you that's going on. So Venus on the same day turns direct in Pisces in your 5th house. And Venus will be in her shadow for another week or 10 days before she's completely out of retrograde. So experience your compassion and creativity. Nurture, okay? Nurture your dreams. And as I was talking about, the asteroid Ceres is about nurturing, or have you been, or yeah, were you nurtured, in your infancy? Okay, so it's bringing up that issue for you. So this should be something spotlighted for you to, bring it up to the surface, look at it, cry about it if you have to. But, it's a time for you to release that. You don't have to keep that bottled up. Okay, so then This is also saying that you may deepen your relationship with your significant others. And that depends on, how you deal with this Ceres energy, okay? So we have on the 16th, the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn in your fifth house as well. And let's see. This could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality. But you may need to, a reality check, because you don't want to make your illusions what your dreams, you don't want to make your dreams, unrealistic. Okay? And sometimes they can be with this Pisces energy. Saturn does try and ground things in reality, but that reality check is necessary because it might be difficult to create boundaries, that's Pisces, and structure. And this is in your fifth house, so it has to do with kids and romantic partners and also your creativity, okay? So with your creativity, it might be a little bit wild, and bringing it into reality may, it may be too whimsical. All right, so on the 17th, we have the Sun in Aries, square Mars in Cancer. Sun in Aries, Mars in Cancer. This is a buildup of anger, resentment, okay, because, we have all of this inflammation energy with Aries and Mars. And so channel this energy constructively by working out, using your body to get through this, this energy. It'll pass. The Sun is in Aries, but it'll be moving out of Aries soon. So on the 18th, Mars enters Leo in your 10th house. Oh, okay. So, yeah, this Sun energy squaring Mars is going to be changing, as the next day appears because Mars enters Leo. It moves out of Cancer. And it's in your house of career and reputation, authority figures, leadership. You may be more ambitious now, and you are career oriented and a power seeker with good leadership skills, with flair of drama and bossiness. Okay, so hey, that's part of this Aries square energy, that resentment, that frustration, and it spills over into this 10th house energy. So on the 23rd, we have the Sun. First of all, the Sun moves into Taurus on the 19th. And then on the 23rd, the Sun enters Taurus at 3 degrees, and it squares Pluto in Aquarius. So you may have a strong sense of self and a deep understanding of your own power and potential. You may struggle with the desire for control and manipulation. You may also experience power struggle in relationships and may have problems setting your boundaries. Okay? Sun in Taurus. All right, so on the 26th, we have the North Node in Pisces, sextile Uranus in Taurus. You're encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas because this is the North Node, which is telling us that we need to, with it in Pisces, go with the flow, but also look to new things that new discoveries, okay, about ourselves and the direction that we should be journeying towards. Our North Node is what that is, and this is in the sign of Pisces. Okay, so this is a spiritual connection with the North Node, and then we have Uranus, which is innovative, wanting us to strike out and take control of our own personal freedom. Okay, so embracing daring and innovative ideas, fostering a progressive mindset, breaking free from past conservatism, and embrace change, becoming more original, inventive, and creative in your thinking. And Pisces is a very creative sign as well. Becoming more original, reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. Okay, and social changes is all about the collective. All right, and that is what Uranus in Aquarius is all about, giving the power to the people. Okay, so we have the 27th, the super new moon is in your seventh house of relationships, contractual agreements, legal matters, business partners, and open enemies. The sun and the moon are both conjunct with Uranus and Pluto. You may walk into new relationships in old ones. Your current relationships may transform, leading to an insight of understanding of yourself and others. Both Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with your individuality, okay? Inspiring you to become more authentic in who you are. So on the 30th, we have Venus enters Aries at the 0 degrees in your sixth house of health. Okay, you may be detailed oriented and practical in your daily routine and workplace. You may overwork yourself and neglect your own needs. Okay, don't neglect your own needs. This is something that is possible. Venus in Aries. And again, Aries builds up inflammation in the body. So you need to take care of yourself. Pay attention to your well-being is the last thing that needs to be said here. Okay, Scorpio rising. I hope this helps, and enjoy your month. Take care of you. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Sagittarian collective. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. And I'm your friendly astrologer, Sharon. And this is your forecast for April 2025. Just to let you know, I changed my name, my handle from A Magnificent Flow to Astro. Okay, just so you know. And during this month, we have a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces. And this stellium is happening in your fourth house of home. Okay, and we also have the asteroid Ceres in the sign of Pisces as well. And Ceres has to do with how you were nurtured at birth and how you become a nurturer. Okay, so that works out how that works out, but it's in your fourth house of family, okay, home, property, that area of life, which is, you know, a very important part of life because that's where we were nurtured in our home life. Okay, so let's get into your forecasts. We have retrograde Mercury in the sign of Pisces. We have the North Node in Pisces. We have Saturn in Pisces. We have retrograde Venus in Pisces. Okay, Mercury turns direct on April 7th, but it'll need another 7 to 10 days to move out of the retrograde completely. And Venus turns direct on April 12th, and it'll need another 7 to 10 days to move out of the shadow completely. Okay, the full moon is also on the 12th at 23 degrees Libra, and we have a super new moon at 7 degrees of Taurus on the 27th. And I'm going to have to rush through because I've been having problems with time on the recordings. They've been stopping, and my transmitter as well, even though I'm doing a full charge, but I think it's because I'm using more time. So I'm going to try and get through this in a hurry. So right at the first, we have a moon at 25 degrees Taurus conjuncting Uranus in Taurus at 25 degrees. And this is happening in your sixth house of nutrition, daily routine, work, and co-workers. You may be inspired to revolutionize your work approach and your daily routines. You may consider unconventional methods that increase efficiency in your work environment. Finding meaning and purpose in your day to day. Finding meaning in your day to day is emotional fulfilling for you now because the moon. Okay, and on that same day, we have Saturn, 24 degrees of Pisces, conjuncting retrograde Venus, and this is in your fourth house of home, family, past, childhood, and ancestry. So this transit may suggest a need to reflect on past emotional experiences and relationships with parents, family members. Repairs around the home may be required. Someone who left may return. Okay? And also, Ceres is in the fourth house, as I described before. Issues of being nurtured as a child may come up, and how you nurture others may show up for you, or it may be the reason why you nurture the way you nurture now. Okay, so on the 5th, we have Saturn, 25 degrees of Pisces, sextiling Uranus. And you may have more self-discipline and endurance. This is Saturn, as well as open-mindedness and inventiveness. This is Uranus, okay? And that is happening during this transit. You may find it desirable to work with other people in projects that you undertake now. Their insight will help you transcend your own limitations. So it'll help, expand your mind and thought process about new approaches. Okay? So on that same day, we also have Mars in Cancer trining Saturn in Pisces. You may be given credit for the work that you do, and a promotion may be in the works. You may be praised by others who feel you deserve the credit as well. Your bottom line may increase through investments, taxes, or through bank loans. All right, so we have retrograde Venus trines Mars A time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections and whether they are emotionally fulfilling to you or for you. It's possible that someone from the past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart to heart. Okay, let me see. Pisces is in your fourth house. All right. So on the 6th, retrograde Venus trines Mars, a time to reflect on dynamics of your connections and whether they're emotionally fulfilling. It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart to heart. On the 7th, Mercury turns direct in Pisces in your fourth house. And, trust your intuition and release your fears. Clarity comes as communication flows a bit more, fostering deeper connections within your home and family. You may also be overly sensitive in emotions or struggle. You may be emotionally sensitive to others' emotions, apologize, or struggle with boundaries with relationships with partners and family members. On the 12th, we have the Sun conjuncting Chiron in your fifth house of children, hobbies, creativity, romance, play, and pleasure. This placement asks you to confront your relationship patterns, okay? Heal past trauma, and try to cultivate healthy boundaries and communication skills. And this is with your children and your romantic partners, okay? So the Sun is in Aries, and Chiron is the wounded healer, okay? So this is a theme for all of us. Wherever Chiron is sitting, that is where we need to heal some wounds from, birth or even past lives. And with Ceres here, it's also connoting the nurturing process that a lot of this could have happened to us in childhood and even past lives as well. So this healing, we have two healers, the asteroid Chiron and the asteroid Ceres. They're here to help us heal those areas in our life that we've forgotten, okay? All right, so moving on, the full moon is in at 23 degrees Libra in your 11th house of friends, groups, organizations, social connections, and luck. The internet as well. You may be soul searching for inner peace by connecting with your higher self through your intuition. You may be seeking connections that align with your values and aspiration and rebalance your life and relationships. Okay? You may be reassessing your social connections as well. And on the same day, that is when Venus turns direct in Pisces. And this is happening in your fourth house. Okay? And this is the house of family and ancestry and your past. Yes. Experience your compassion and creativity. And in this house, nurture is showing up. Nurture your dreams and your connections. You may deepen your relationship with your spouse, partner, and family members. But nurture. So that's some Ceres energy that is asking you. Your dreams may point to where you were not nurtured or where you lacked nurturing in your evolutionary process. Okay? So on the 16th, we have the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn. And again, this is in your fourth house. This could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality. Okay? But this could also be a reality check because it's hard for you with this Pisces energy to create boundaries and structure with partners and family members. All right, so on that same day, we have Mercury at 0 degrees Aries conjunct Neptune. Neptune is moved into the sign of Aries, which I forgot to mention above. And this is happening in your fifth house of children, hobbies, creativity, romance, play, and pleasure. So you may experience a deep empathy and understanding of others' needs and desires. That is that spiritual part of Neptune happening here. And Mercury, you communicate with compassion, okay? And your aim is to create emotional connections with your own creativity, your children, or children around you, and romantic partners that you're connected to. Okay, and on the 17th, we have the Sun in Aries, 27 degrees of the Sun in Aries at 27 degrees, squaring Mars in Cancer. This transit can lead to a buildup of anger, okay? So channel this energy constructively by, going to the gym, lifting weights, swimming, anything physical that is going to get your energy moving so that you can release some of this excess Mars energy. Okay, and also on the 18th, we have Mars entering Leo, and this is happening in your ninth house of faith, philosophy, religion, foreign connections, foreign travel, higher learning, teaching, publishing. Okay, during this transit, you may be passionate about your beliefs, and you may be passionately sharing your ideas as well. You might approach studies with a bold and confident attitude. That's the Leo showing up. And you may have a desire to travel. You may get into confrontations when your beliefs are questioned, though. Okay? On the 23rd, we have the Sun in Taurus at 3 degrees, squaring Pluto at 3 degrees Aquarius. Now, you may have a strong sense of self and a deep understanding of your own power and potential, okay? And that's good because this is about you. You may struggle with the desire for control and manipulation. You may experience power struggle in relationships and may have problems setting boundaries. Okay, so we have on the 26th, the North Node is 25 degrees Pisces, sextile in Uranus in Taurus. You are encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas, fostering a progressive mindset, break free from past conservatism, and embrace change. Become more original if you can, inventive and creative in your thinking process. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. And on that same day, we have that last of three oppositions, Mars and Pluto. All right, so this is the last one. And if you try to gain control over others in your one-on-one relationships, your business partnerships, and your family dynamics, you may find yourself opposed by everyone you've tried to rule. So the best thing for you to do is to change yourself, because you can't change anybody else, you know. So you work on what needs to change within you, and that's the best possible way to get through this energy. So on the 27th, we have the super new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees in your sixth house of health, nutrition, daily routine, work, and co-workers. The sun and moon are conjunct with Uranus and Jupiter. You may start a new diet and focus on healthy routines. You may change your work schedule to fit into your new regime. You may be detailed oriented and have the potential in your daily routine and practical. You may be detail oriented and practical in your daily routine and workplace. Okay? Both Jupiter and Uranus are concerned with your individuality, inspiring you to be true to yourself and being more authentic. Okay? And on the 30th, we have Venus entering Aries at 0 degrees in your fifth house. And this is the house of children, hobbies, creativity, romance, and play. You may experience intense and exciting relationships that may be rooted in fun and adventure. You show independence and express your feelings directly in relationships now. You might seek new experiences and adventures in your love life, and you may not be able to take risks, okay, because the fifth house also is also related to, gambling, risk taking. So when expressing your your creative pursuits, you want to stand out and be recognized, and that's okay. And you can stand out and be recognized if that's what you want to do. But Sagittarius, this is your forecast for April 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Capricorn rising collectives out there. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow, Astro. Okay, I changed my handle from a Magnificent Flow to Astro. And at the time of this reading, that has already been done, but I just wanted to share that change with you now. Okay, so going forward, I need to pick up the pace because my videos have been stopping because they've been too long, so I need to shorten my time. My transmitter has been going out even though I've charged them up. So let me just get into the reading. This month starts out with the stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces, and this is in your third house of siblings, communication, short trips, neighborhood, friends. All right? And retrograde Mercury is in the sign of Pisces. The North Node is in the sign of Pisces. Saturn is in the sign of Pisces. And retrograde Venus is in the sign of Pisces. And the asteroid Ceres is also in the sign of Pisces. And Ceres is asking us to examine whether, how we feel about nurturing. Were we nurtured the way we needed at birth? And how are we nurturing now in our life today? Okay? And this is in your third house. So it's a big deal. And you get to look at that, for yourself. It'll be a lot of things coming up in your third house because we have that stellium of planets there. But, Venus and Mercury will be moving out, which will clear up some of the space so that you can see a little bit more clearly as to what is working, what you are working out in through this stellium here. Okay, so I don't know if I mentioned, but Mercury turns direct in Pisces on the 7th. Venus turns direct on the 12th. There's also a full moon at 23 degrees Libra on the 12th and a super new moon at 7 degrees Taurus on the 27th. So we're moving right into the moon at 25 degrees Taurus conjuncting Uranus in Taurus on the 1st of April. And this is happening in your fifth house of children, hobbies, romance, play, and pleasure. Your creativity may be at an all-time high, and you may seek to experience unconventional forms of self-expression. Following your creative impulses brings emotional fulfillment. Let's see, on that same day, we have Saturn at 24 degrees Pisces conjuncting retrograde Venus in your third house of communication, siblings, short trips, early education, friends, and neighbors. This transit may suggest a need to reflect on past emotional experiences and relationships with your siblings, friends, and neighbors. An old friend may come back into the picture. Now, with this visiting, also, Sarah is here to shine some light on how that nurturing process happened, within your environment with your siblings and your early education with your teachers and friends there. How did that work out? Okay, so you get to see the big picture of, something, that hole or that place within you where you feel uncomfortable about being wanted. Okay, so April 5th, Saturn at 25 degrees Pisces is sextiling Uranus at 25 degrees. You may have more self-discipline and endurance, that's Saturn energy, as well as open-mindedness and inventiveness during this transit, that is the Uranian energy. You might find it desirable to work with other people in projects that you undertake now. Their insights will help you transcend your own limitations, okay? New approaches are good. This Uranian energy wants you to seek that out. So on the same day, we have Mars 25 degrees Cancer, trine Saturn 25 degrees Pisces. You may be given credit for the work that you do, and a promotion may be in the works. You may be praised by others who feel you deserve the credit. Okay, that's a good thing. This is a trine. Trines are always pretty easy. Okay, on the 6th, Venus trines Mars, and Venus is still retrograde, okay? This is a time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections and whether they're emotionally fulfilling. It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart-to-heart. Okay? On the 7th, Mercury turns direct, but it needs another week or 10 days to be out of shadow completely. And this is in your third house of communication. And your sibling. Trust your intuition and release your fears. Clarity comes as communication flows freely. Okay? Fostering deeper connections within your home and within your home, because that's with your siblings. And you may be overly sensitive to others' emotion or struggle with boundaries relationships with the relationships with your siblings, your friends, your neighbors, and your community. Okay, on the 12th, we have the Sun conjunct Chiron in your fourth house of home, past, your family, your ancestry, your childhood. Okay? And this placement asks you to confront your relationship patterns, heal past traumas, and this could have to do with your nurture, how you were nurtured as a child, and try to cultivate healthy boundaries and communication skills with your family members, your spouse, or your partner. Okay, on that same day, we have a full moon at 23 degrees Libra, and this is in your 10th house, and this is opposing your fourth house. And this is the house of career, your work, your public life, and profession. You may be considering how your work align with your values and aspirations, and how you can create a more balanced and harmonious work environment. And don't forget that Libra is about relationships. Okay, so letting go of those patterns that no longer serve you is what you want to do now in your 10th house. Venus turns direct in Pisces, but again, it's going to be in shadow for another 7 to 10 days in your third house of communication, siblings, short trips, early education, friends and neighbors. Okay, experience your compassion and creativity. Nurture your dreams and connections, okay? Build that up, because Ceres is asking you to do that. Recognize your ability to nurture and recognize how you were nurtured as a child, okay? And forgive yourself. You may deepen your relationships with your siblings, friends, and neighbors, okay, as a result of that. On the 16th, we have the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn at 25 degrees in your third house of communication. Siblings, short trips, early education, okay? This could manifest as a strong drive to bring dreams into reality, which you've been dreaming for. And it could be short trips. It could be building your communication skills, your interpersonal skills. Yeah, or even, having a better communication with your siblings and friends. But, just take a reality check, because, there may be issues, about that anyway. So, wanting to have a better relationship with communication may not be possible at this time. Okay? So just be clear, what you want and what you get may not look the same. Okay? Because your aim is to create emotional connections with your friends, family. Okay. On the 17th, we have the Sun in Aries squares Mars in Cancer. Okay, so this could lead to a buildup of anger, resentment, frustration, sexual frustration. But channeling this energy in a positive way would mean, working out, running, swimming, sex, anything that's going to, you know, move your body to burn this energy is helpful. And that just means taking control of how you vent. All right? On the 18th, we have Mars entering Leo in your 8th house of death, taxes, inheritance, psychological issues, shared finances, the occult, psychic energy. Expect some intense and passionate energy to enter your shared experiences. Okay, there may be a desire for deep, profound connections. Hidden insights and desires about one another may be unearthed. You may have a laser focused approach to your shared finances and opportunities, and challenges may reveal itself pertaining to investments, inheritance, or mutual debts. Okay? Now on the 20th, on the 19th, the Sun enters Taurus, and on the 23rd, the Sun in Taurus at 3 degrees squares Pluto at 3 degrees. And this is you may have a strong sense of deep understanding of your own power and potential, okay? You may struggle with the desire to control and manipulate others. So you may experience power struggles in relationships, and you may have problems with setting boundaries. Now, on the 26th, we have the last of the three Mars Pluto oppositions. And this is it here for the year. And this is about who controls who. And if you want to gain control over others in your relationships, you might find yourself opposed by those who you want to rule, okay? And that may backfire. And that's not to be in, you're not in a good place if it backfires on you. So the best thing you can get from this is to fix yourself, okay? Be that phoenix rising from the ashes. All right. And then on the, let's see, on the 27th, we have that super new moon in Taurus. And this is happening in your 5th house of children, hobbies, creativity, romance, play, and pleasure. The sun and moon are also conjunct here with Uranus and Jupiter. This may be a passionate time for you now. Your creative juices are fired up and you are inclined to experience romantic encounters. And also with this super new moon, you want to, this is about setting your intentions, but you're also going to experience the five senses, because Taurus represents your five senses. It likes the luxury. It likes to eat. It likes to see beautiful things. It likes to hear wonderful sounds. And it likes to feel good. So Taurus is all about that. And you can create more of that in your life at this time with this super new moon happening in your fifth house. Okay, experience some of that creativity in every area with all your senses. So on the 30th, Venus enters Aries at 0 degrees in your fourth house of home, family, past, childhood, and ancestry. You may experience intense, exciting relationships that may be rooted in fun and adventure. During this transit, you may think about purchasing a car or invest in property. Professionally, you may be in for a promotion. Your relationships with partners, your parents, family, and friends are also favored. Okay, so this is a good thing, Capricorn. This is your forecast for the month of April 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello, Aquarius Rising. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. This is your, let me say this. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow, Astro because I just changed my handle from A Magnificent Flow to Astro And this is something I just wanted to share with you now, so you are not confused if you run across a different name. Even though I know you're much more intelligent than that, but I'm just sharing, that's all. So this is your forecast, Aquarius Rising, for April 2025. And to start the month off, we have a stellium of planets in the sign of Pisces. And that is happening in your second house of money, okay, and self-worth. So we have retrograde Mercury, we have the North Node, we have Saturn, and we have retrograde Venus, plus the asteroid Ceres, all in your second house. And the asteroid Ceres talks about how we were nurtured, or if we were nurtured the way we needed at birth, and how we are doing that now, okay? So that light that is being shined upon you from Ceres is another healing that needs to take place right now while we have the North Node in Pisces. So that with the Chiron, the asteroid Chiron, which is in Aries, is also the wounded healer, where we need to, the area where we need to heal as well, which is in your third house. So we have second house healing, we have third house healing with these asteroids coming into play. Okay, just thought you should know. All right, so let's get right into it. We have, I don't know if I said it because I already talked. Mercury turns direct in Pisces on the 7th. Venus turns direct on April 12th in Pisces. The full moon at 23 degrees of Libra, and a super new moon at 7 degrees Taurus on the 27th. So the moon on April 1st, the moon at 25 degrees Taurus conjunct Uranus in your fourth house of home, family, childhood, ancestry. Okay, this transit may bring sudden changes because Uranus is, sudden changes in your home environment or family dynamics. You may feel a strong urge to break free of familial expectations. Your ability to cultivate a sense of belonging that honors your need for freedom and individuality brings you emotional fulfillment. Sometimes we have to go our own way to find our our authenticity. And that's what's happening, separating yourself from your family's ideas, as opposed to what your own ideas are. Okay, instead of making their ideas your ideas. So you're personalizing who you are and finding what works for you and where you fit in the Uranus freedom, power to the people experience. Okay, so on that same day, April 1st, we have Saturn 24 degrees Pisces conjunct retro Venus in your second house of money, self-worth, and possessions. This transit may suggest a need to reassess your approach to money, possessions, and self-worth. Reassess values, manage financial responsibility, and you may face delays or limitation in your financial matters. Okay, so yeah, what can I say? On the 5th, Saturn 25 degrees Pisces sextiles Uranus. You may have more self-discipline and endurance, as well as open-mindedness and inventiveness during this transit. You may find it desirable to work with other people in projects that you undertake now. Their insight will help you transcend your own limitations. New approaches are encouraged. And I know you may want to, but you may be in, some of you may be in that hermit mode where you may not have the funds to hire someone to help you with what it is that you need to do. So you have to go solo. And if you're in a work environment, you may not find the right group to help you work through projects that you own. Okay? So there could be, some limitations to that. All right, so let's move to Mars at 25 degrees Cancer, trine Saturn, 25 degrees Pisces. Trines are always easy and beneficial, okay? You may be given credit for the work that you do, and a promotion may be in the works. You may be praised by others who feel you deserve the credit as well. Hey, that's all good. On the 6th, we have retrograde Venus trines Mars. And this is a time to reflect on dynamics of your relationship connections and whether they are emotionally fulfilling. Okay? It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart to heart. But remember, it is the past, and there was a reason why it's in the past. So just remember that. On the 7th, Mercury turns direct in Pisces in your second house of money, self-worth, value, and possessions. Trust your intuition and release your fears, okay? Pay attention to how you communicate, especially when discussing finances and or your values. Be careful around financial decisions and avoid taking unnecessary risks. You may want to look at what really brings you fulfillment. Okay? because that's where the value is. The Sun conjunct Chiron, the Sun in Aries and Chiron is in Aries, and this is happening in your third house. And this is where your communication is being healed, or you're being shown where you need to heal or what you need to heal from in your third house. Siblings, short trips, early education, friends, and neighbors. This placement asks you to confront your relationship patterns, heal past traumas, and try to cultivate healthy boundaries and communication skills with siblings, friends, and your community. Okay? Now, that might be, hard to do for some of Aquarius rising people because, like I said earlier, hermit mode is sometimes the life. But, you still can do the work to, clear these patterns and heal yourself from early or past life trauma. Okay, so on the same day, we have a full moon, 23 degrees Libra in your ninth house of faith, philosophy, foreign connections, and travel, higher learning, teaching, and publishing. You may be focusing on achieving balance in your studies, okay? And I can see that. Your philosophical beliefs or long distance relationships. Or you may want to take a trip that brings a sense of harmony and understanding. And I can see that happening. And that same day, we have Venus turning direct in your second house of money. Your finances have a bit of an up and down quality. Your ability to attract money and possessions are currently high, but you might have the tendency to overspend. So be careful with that. On the 16th, we have the North Node in Pisces, conjunct Saturn at 25 degrees in your second house of money. Okay, this is where that concentration of planets are working things out for you. Okay? You may face obstacles in managing your finances effectively and learning to cultivate a healthy sense of self-value. Okay? That same day, we have Mercury, 0 degrees Aries, conjunct Neptune. Neptune also moved into Aries last month. And this is in your fourth house of home. No, this is in your third house of communication. Mercury and Aries. Okay. You may experience a deep empathy and understanding of others' needs and desires. You may communicate with compassion in your aim to create emotional connections with your siblings, family members, and friends. Okay. Now we have the Sun in Aries squaring Mars in Cancer. And this is bringing up, some anger, resentment, sexual frustration. And the way to work through this energy is to channel it, in positive ways by using your physical body to work out. Okay, lift weights, take swimming, jogging, have some sex. Those are the type of activities that's going to help you burn some of this energy off. And on the 17th, the Sun enters. On the 18th, Mars enters Leo. Okay, so we're still in that fiery energy, and this is happening in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, your business partnerships, legal matters, contractual agreements, marriage, and open enemies. This could lead to arguments and disagreements. Your partner may have a need to control the relationship. Your communication is clear and direct now. Possessiveness and jealousy can heighten. Your partner may have high expectations and can be critical or impatient. Okay, so when the sun is in the seventh house, it's about your partner, what the partner is bringing into the relationship. That's because the sun is there. Okay, so on the 20th, the sun, on the 19th, I'm going to say, the sun enters Taurus. And on the 23rd, the sun in Taurus at 3 degrees squares Pluto in Aquarius. You may have a strong sense of self and a deep understanding of your own power and potential. You may struggle with the desire for control and manipulation. You may experience power struggles in relationships and may have problems with setting boundaries. Okay, on the 26th, the North Node 25 degrees of Pisces sextiles Uranus at 25 degrees of Taurus. You are encouraged to embrace, daring and innovative ideas, fostering an progressive mindset. It's time to break free from past conservatism and embrace change, becoming more original, inventive, and creative in your thinking. Reflect on how you can navigate social change while staying true to your personal values. Okay, Pisces is very creative and spiritual. Uranus is about that progressiveness and about the social change, because it's the people that are what Uranus is all about. So try to create positive changes and stay true to your own personal values. Okay, on that same day, we have Mars at 3 degrees Leo opposing Pluto. This is the third opposition, Mars-Pluto opposition, and this is it for this year. And this opposition is about, power and control. Who's in control of you? Is it you, or is it someone else that's controlling you? Okay? So if you try to control somebody else, it's going to backfire. Just know that. The best you can do for yourself here is try to grow and transform into the person that you want to be. Okay? It's about controlling your own destiny, transforming, into, from the rising from the ashes and becoming the phoenix, like that death card. This is what this opposition is all about: changing, growing, becoming an even better version of yourself. Okay, so then on the 27th, we have the super new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees in your fourth house of home, family, past, childhood, ancestry. The sun and moon are both conjunct Uranus and Jupiter. You may have a strong need to improve your home, make it more comfortable, or spend more time there. Spend quality time with your family. Jupiter and Uranus both wants us to have our own personal freedom, want us to be free to experience what we want to experience. Okay? So in your home. You know, you may want to experience more quality time with your family. Do that. You have permission to do that. You know, you give yourself permission. Okay, on the 30th, we have Venus entering Aries at 0 degrees in your third house of communication, siblings. You may experience intense and exciting relationships that may be rooted in fun and adventure. Positive and harmonious interactions with siblings and friends are likely. You may speak without considering the impact of your words, though, okay? And arguments may crop up because of it. So just be careful with how you come across to others, because you know if you have siblings, you're already your relationship with them is already sensitive, okay? Because of childhood experiences, and sometimes people hold on to those things because they forgot they were there and they never released it. Okay, so Aquarius rising. This is your forecast for April 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Pisces rising collective. Welcome to my channel of Magnificent Flow, Astro. I changed my name of my handle on my YouTube page to Astro, and I just thought I'd share that with you. Okay, so Pisces rising, you got a lot going on in your first house, a lot. Okay, so your first house is about your self-image, you know, about your appearance. How do you feel about yourself? All of that. So the spotlight is on that area of you, and you may be a little bit uncomfortable because that hurts to have so much attention on your person, okay? But you'll get over it, because this is all about healing that part of you that doesn't feel good about that. So let's get into this. You have a stellium of planets that's in the sign of Pisces. You have retrograde Mercury, the North Node, Saturn, retrograde Venus, plus the asteroid Ceres is in the sign of Pisces as well, in your first house. So that's one asteroid. Then we have the asteroid Chiron, who's in the sign of Aries, that is also the wounded healer. So we have two asteroids that's active and working on helping us heal those vulnerable areas of who we are that we may not have known are there, but they need to come to the surface. So here we are with Ceres and Chiron. Okay, so we have Mercury turning direct in Pisces on the 7th, and we have Venus turning direct on April 12th. We also have a full moon on the 12th at 23 degrees Libra. This is about relationships, okay? And we have a super new moon at 7 degrees Taurus on the 27th, all right? And so on the 1st of April, we have the moon at 25 degrees Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus at 25 degrees in your third house. Okay. Of communication, siblings, short trips, I had to think about that. Early education, friends and neighbors. Yeah, because I just left, this is Pisces, so you'll be first house. Is that right? Hold on. Okay, Pisces rising. I just needed to check to give myself some confirmation here. So yes, we have Taurus in your third house of communication, siblings, short trips, early education, friends, and neighbors. This transit may bring out your emotional desire to be an active communicator or to share and exchange information with others. Your feelings may get hurt by the words and opinions of others close to you, such as your siblings, your close friends, and your neighbors. All right, so on that same day, we have Saturn, 24 degrees Pisces, conjunct retrograde Venus in your first house of self. Excuse me. Personality, appearance, and dominant traits, and how others view you as well. You may be reevaluating your relationships and what you expect from them. Self-love, personal growth may be a theme. You may need to let go of unrealistic expectation and accept a more realistic view of yourself and others. Okay? So also, Ceres is in this first house as well, asking you to look at how you are nurturing yourself and how you are nurturing others, okay? Because there is a wound in your psyche, or it could be, a physical wound as well. How you were treated and loved and cared for as a infant. All right, so let's see. On the 5th, we have Saturn, 25 degrees Pisces, sextiling Uranus. You may have more self-discipline and endurance. That's because Saturn is sitting in the sign of Pisces, as well as an open-mindedness and inventiveness. This is the Uranus part during this transit. You may find it desirable to work with other people on projects that you undertake now. Their insight could help you transcend your own limitations. And I can see, where that may be helpful for you Pisces rising. New approaches are encouraged because there is some stagnant energy about how you think about yourself. And that's just kind of showing up for me. I don't know why, but this is good to have some outside opinions that will help you see things a little more clearer about how people view you, okay? And then how people view you, then you can start to view yourself, in a brighter light, okay? All right, so then on that same day, the 5th, you have Mars at 25 degrees Cancer, trining Saturn in Pisces. You may be given credit for the work that you do, and a promotion may be in the works. You may be praised by others who feel you deserve the credit. Great. On the 6th, trines are always good, easy. April 6th, we have retrograding Venus trines Mars, a time to reflect on the dynamics of your connections and whether they are emotionally fulfilling. It's possible that someone from your past may come back into your life to rekindle things or have a heart-to-heart. Okay, just remember that it's in the past for a reason, It's okay to, say hello to the past, but try not to go back into the cycle. On the 7th, Mercury turns direct. Okay, and that's in Pisces and it's in your first house. Trust your intuition and release your fears. This transit may encourage introspection, which is great. It's in your first house. You get to look at, your nurturing issues and your self-image, because they're all tied in with one another, and your personal beliefs. You may be inclined to think deeply before expressing yourself. Miscommunication and misunderstandings may be possible. You may have a desire to learn more and develop your intellect. Okay, that's positive thinking. April 12th, we have the Sun conjunct Chiron in your second house. Chiron is in the sign of Aries. Okay, and this again is the wounded healer. And this is the house of money, self-worth, value, possessions. You may struggle with feelings of inadequate, insecurity, a sense of being unworthy when it comes to your possessions or your financial situation. On that same day, we have a full moon, which is adding to this in the sign of Libra in your 8th house. And they are in opposition with the 8th and the 2nd house are in opposition with one another. So, it affects your relationships. This is the 8th house of death, taxes, shared finances, other people's money, transformation, debt, sex, and psychological issues. What matters, what makes you feel comfortable and secure needs to be balanced. Pay attention to other people's needs and their comfort levels. Time to settle debts, and you may be forced to make cash settlements, or someone may need your financial support. Okay? And on that same day, we have Venus turning direct in Pisces in your first house. You have a romantic and artistic flair about yourself now. And your expression shows through your appearance as well, your mannerism, and your overall demeanor. Your boundaries may be challenged, and self-doubt may also be challenged. There is a tendency to be overly sensitive and idealistic. Okay? So we already understand that Pisces rising. April 16th, the North Node in Pisces conjunct Saturn in your first house as well. This emphasizes personal growth, self-discipline, self-reliance, and taking more responsibility in relations to your self-image, identity, and physical appearance. Okay, on the 16th again, we have Mercury, 0 degrees Aries, conjunct Neptune. Neptune left Pisces last month, and it's in the sign of Aries now. And this is in your second house of money. You may be inspired to make money through your artistic expression. Your relationship with money may be relaxed, or you may experience some financial irresponsibility. You want to make money doing what makes you happy, but you may not make enough to be self-sufficient, okay? The Sun in Aries at 23 degrees on that same day squares Mars. This transit can lead to buildup of anger, so channel this energy in a constructive way by working out, swimming, using your body in a physical way, lifting weights, anything that, you can do for yourself, not project on other people, is the best way to go in releasing this energy. You'll feel better if you channel it in a positive way. On the 18th, Mars enters Leo in your 6th house of health, daily routine, work, co-workers, colleagues. This transit may lead to arguments and disagreements. You may be more attuned to what your body needs and how it responds to different foods and habits. Okay, cultivating healthier eating habits. You may want to work on projects alone and exercise regularly, such as swimming, running, or strength training. That'll help release your excess energy. Okay? So that's again on the 18th because Mars is entering Leo, more fire energy, and it's in your house of health as well. So on the 19th, the Sun enters Taurus, and on the 23rd, the Sun in Taurus at 3 degrees square Pluto in Aquarius. You may have a strong sense of self and a deep understanding of your own personal power and potential. You may struggle with the desire for control and manipulation. You may experience power struggles in relationships and may have problems setting boundaries. Okay? On the 26th, we have the North Node in Pisces sextiling Uranus. You are encouraged to embrace daring and innovative ideas, fostering a progressive mindset, break free from past conservatism and embrace change, become more original, authentic, inventive, and creative in your thinking. Reflect on how you can navigate social changes while staying true to your personal values. Okay, social changes has to do with Uranian energy, because is the people. Uranus represents the people. Aquarius does. Okay, and Uranus rules Aquarius. Okay, so let's move on to the 27th, and we have the super new moon in Taurus at 7 degrees in your third house of communication, siblings, short trips. The sun and moon are conjunct with Uranus and Jupiter. This is a good time to learn something new, feeling at ease in social situations, taking care of details of daily life, and developing a mental rapport with others. This is a good time to take tests, fill out forms, start a new course, write letters, make phone calls. Okay, so on the 30th, we have Venus entering Aries at 0 degrees. All right, so we have Mercury moved into Aries. We have Chiron in Aries. Now we have Venus in Aries on the 30th. And this is in your second house of money and your self-worth. You may find that money flows more easily to you through a raise, a new job offer, or unexpected gifts. Use this time to align your financial life with your core values, okay? Ask yourself what truly brings you comfort and security. Good time to reassess your relationships with material possessions and how you reflect your inner worth. Okay, Pisces rising, this is your monthly forecast for April 2025. And until next time, bye for now.